First say I have closed my account and then say I'm previous back again if I gave them a copy. If I scan it, making my items and ask for something I don't know quite bring myself to do that. Though I did contemplate it because I'd like to just gave them to give the security services. If I scan it, making my items and I assume that they didn't bring myself to do that. Though I did contemplate it because I'd like to be just gave them to give the security services. I think a lot of things I say exactly to the point. They don't want to do that because I did contemplate it because effective tactic would be to ignore. I think a lot of things I say because they can't silence me exactly to the point. This is what they do. So I did contemplate it because effective tactic would be to ignore. I think a lot of things I say because they can't silence me exactly. So this is what they do. So I did contemplate inability to tactic would be to ignore. Just the question. It's not just this is what they do. So I did avoiding the defeat. It's not just this what they do. I don't think I do anything to it. It's just avoiding too disturbing. I don't think I know vegetarians as well to the online vegetarians, my main ministers to also become you know a lot of those rabbis. I guess it's a little bit problematic. This is usually submerged. Some started off and you know a lot of those rabbis take you to trouble. Just when it's coming out previous story, which is about that thing as well. Submerged. Get me out of us. You know a lot of those rabbis take you to trouble. Just when it's coming out previous story, which is about that thing as well. If it is on journal, just carry on. Get me out of us. I was going to lynch you, I'm not going to wait till time still. Just when it's coming out transporting previous story, which is about that thing as well. If it is on journal, well, it would be a waste of time. If you take a lot of time, it would make some lot of time. Nobody goes there. It's coming out transporting previous story, which is about that thing as well. If it is on journal, well, it would be a waste of time. If you take a lot of time, it would make some lot of time. It would be a waste of time. If you take a lot of time, it would make some ask there are ways and just government position. I think a lot of people it would be a waste of time. If you take a lot of time, there are ways and if you don't have it as a answer now, I think a lot of people actually waste of time. If you take a street on this simply because then you can see argument how it's progressed governance, you don't have to do the answer with what words you used to refer to it. Actually waste of time is just a street on this simply because then you can see argument how it's progressed governance. Certainly a lot of people are considering what words you used to what do they think they're doing? I think they're just simply because pretending to be busy, to make themselves important. Certainly a lot of people are really considering what words is. What do they think they're doing? After due consideration, the options available is pretending to be busy, to make themselves important. Certainly a lot of people are really considering what words decide on the right course of action. What do they think they're doing? After analyse ideas and the options available, consider arguments instead of taking advantage to just go through the motions of taking our position, decide on the right levers and listening or the other person is saying ideas and waiting for them to finish, consider arguments instead of taking advantage. So, retortions or design levers are listening, you just do the person is saying, but if you say, we'll say well shit, that would have no grounds to believe that you know, will just fall to pieces. So levers are listening, you just do the person is saying, but if you say, we'll say well shit, that would have no grounds to believe that you know, we'll just fall to pieces. Do your you just do the person is saying, and they run away when that would fail completely to make categorization. You're doing better. We'll talk about all the pieces of doing your I'll first get to the person is saying, and they subject to rabbi when that would fail. So basically, categorization. You're doing better. We'll talk about all the pieces of doing I'll first get to the person is saying, and they subject to rabbi. The world a few days ago. So basically, categorization could want to promote Noahide-ism. This is basically Jew makes it understood but Jew explains to demonstrate to rabbi. The world a few days ago. That makes it easy for the categorization. This is what for you to promote Noahide-ism because nothing is strongly against Christianity, which is idolatrous with the world of Judaism is a way to say that the so I'm listening to what I know of because nothing is strongly against Christianity, which is Noahide, idolatrous, it's monarchy, it's not like idolatrous, it's a way to say that the but I know, I'm listening to what I know of Maimonides, Christianity, it's no it's monarchy, it's not like says that gentiles are not allowed to create open Israel. But I know Maimonides, how many of you are says what is the percentage of the total population of Jews? How many of you says what is the percentage of population divided? $7.8 billion in 2020. Okay, so that's all right. So, 100 billion is 1,000 million. Okay, is that? Let me just check. I should know this. 7.8 billion in 2020. Billion. Okay, so that's all right. So, 100 billion. I mean, a trillion million check is million. So a billion is 7.8 billion in 2020. 1,000 billion. Okay, so that's all right. So 1,000 billion. I mean, a trillion right? Is that right? Is million. So a billion. Okay. Now it's confusing because it means 1,000 billion. Different things to different countries in America. A million is 1,000 billion. Right? Is that right? Is million. So a billion. Okay. Now it's confusing because it means 1,000 trillion. Okay. Anyway, it's a lot of words. Different countries, but America only is 1,000 billion. Is that right? 15 billion. So a billion. Okay. Now it's confusing because nearly 8 billion people. So, anyway, it's a lot of work compared to but very few Jews they can 15 million forbid gentiles from having a religion. So, and I said fine, okay, if you don't think any religion will ever be good enough for Gentiles, the only way that you can help Gentiles is to create a religion for them. You could. So, and I said fine, okay, say, if you don't rank them, the four are ever be good enough for Gentiles or Gentiles. Way that which is the most Noahide-observant, which is just to them. Another rabbi wouldn't. So, and I said, well, do that. So, if you don't rank them, the four are ever be good enough for Gentiles. I said, well, Gentiles, this is way that which is the whole point of setting observed standard is so that you know which religion is closer to your standard or you exceeds it, and which religion exceeds. Way that the whole point of setting observed standard is so that and also which religion is closer to your standard or you exceeds it, and he wouldn't read the Quran either. I know I have a great problem getting ways with why do you not to read it? And also which recognize one of them last time, he probably will have a problem. He wouldn't be like a proud but anyway, he's a great problem. He said he wanted us to read it. But I have to read this book before I do, and I have to read that book before I do, and it's all this incessant fussy. He probably will have a problem. He wouldn't be like a proud but anyway, to fuss around is a problem. He said he wanted us, that's what we do. But I have to read this book before I do, and I have to read that book before I do, and it's all this incessant fussy. He probably will have a problem. They must be, he wouldn't be like a proud but anyway, to fuss around, do it for me. He said he wanted us, that's what we do. For me more exciting at any specific time, because I have to read that when you're larping, which are pretending to be a political activist, when you're just they must be, he wouldn't be like a plain anyway, to fuss around, you do it for me. He said he was a stupid thing. He just for me more exciting at any specific time, and if anybody asks me, I can say it was just a laugh. I was to be paid, believe me, because I'm mentally ill. To fuss and get away with it. He said he was a stupid thing. He just for me more exciting at any specific time, and if anybody asks me, I can grow up. I was to be paid, say what you mean, what you say actually failed. Do you think what you believe are the principles you follow? I exist and if anybody asks you to grow up, say what you mean, not bring yourself to say something his face says that. Do you think what you believe are the principles you follow? I exist and if anybody asks you to grow up, somebody say what you mean, not bring yourself to say so. Oh, I forgot to. Okay, I'm so sorry. I've fixed it. I fixed it. I forgot to. I forgot to mute. I'm terribly sorry. I forgot to mute my thing, and that's why you get this terrible echo. Thank you for telling me of this in Hangouts. Those of you who did, thank you. Is that better now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I won't speak until somebody posts in the chat, so I can start again. Or shall I just start another stream? Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. I'll give you a kind of update about my week in review. Sunday is week in review, although I don't think I'll be allowed on the Jen channel because she still has a problem with me. What is wrong with people? I think they're all a little afraid of me. Little old me, who's only a little old woman with no army. So, what I wanted to say about what I've done this week is my exchange with the rabbis, with a particular Chabad rabbi, in fact. I wanted to talk to you about the rabbis and the Muslims. Yeah. So my exchange with the rabbi is along these lines, about whether, okay, let me start again. What I want to do is for rabbis to raise the status of secular Koranism, because it's, my idea would be to say, well, if you're saying that Islam is Noahide, then secular Koranism is also Noahide, because the Muslims base their religion on the Quran, and I base my legal system on the Quran too. And we all know that Jews always have a problem with Christians, who they regard as idolaters. And I'm basically saying that I'm basically asking them to rank the other four world religions. So, as you know, there's Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism. And I'm saying, let us rank the four other religions according to how whether they satisfy the Noahide laws or not, and also according to how close they are or far away from the minimum moral standard set by the Noahide laws. And I'm saying that the one closest to the Noahide laws is Islam, and then the second closest is Buddhism, because it's atheist, and the third closest one is Hinduism, because it's actually idolatrous. And I'm saying Christianity is actually the furthest away from the Noahide laws, because of its supreme blasphemy of saying that an executed revolutionary is a co-equal excuse me, of the supreme and eternal Abrahamic God. So, although Hinduism is obviously idolatrous, it's more offensive to say that something or someone else is the co-equal of God. And this is what the doctrine of the Trinity is all about. It's basically saying that the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit are of the same status. Hello, John Gischler. Yeah, I know what the Rambam says. I mean, he basically said Gentiles are not allowed to create a religion of their own. And I was talking about how many Jews there are compared to how many Gentiles there are, and Jews are only 0.02 of the total world population, which is 7.8 billion in 2020. So basically, the Rambam have put a great weight on Jews to actually say to the rest of the world that their religion is shit and they can't, and they're all going to hell. So, and also the other thing that we should bear in mind is that the Torah actually defines Israel's borders. So, of all the countries in the world, Jews are the ones who are not allowed to acquire empire. So, we have to look at the authority of the Rambam. I mean, nobody is going to say that he was a holy man and therefore infallible. So however brilliant a scholar he was, he doesn't have greater authority than Muhammad, I'm afraid. I mean, if you're looking at things impartially, then there's no way that Maimonides is going to exceed Muhammad in authority in the minds of the Gentile. So that is the problem. I mean, of course, Jews will just, say, well, everyone else's religion is shit but ours, and we're kindly going to, design a religion for the rest of you, but, basically your religion is shit and we're not even going to read it. So I said to that rabbi, well, you'll have to, specify which bit of the Quran goes against the principles of the Noahide laws, and I don't think he's going to be doing that. And I asked him to rank the 4 world religions, and he basically refused, saying it, not in so many words, but that they're all shit anyway. And so, Gentiles had better convert to this Jew-administered Noahide religion that they've so carefully created for us. So the thing to remember about these people who willingly submit themselves to rabbinically guided Noahidism is that these people are ex-Christians, so they can no longer bring themselves to even pretend to believe that they believe, and to pray to an executed revolutionary as a co-equal of God. But then they are also crippled by their hatred and fear of Muslims. So rather than become Muslim, because they still want to worship God as a Gentile, they submit themselves to this kind of Noahidism. So I would say that they're not going to be that many of them. And, I've seen a few videos of them, and they do look a bit, frankly, dim-witted. So, but my discussions with the rabbi was that, he wasn't going to read any book by anyone, and, it was like, I'm not going to read that filthy book, but I know their religion is shit. Basically, he didn't say that in so many words, but it was pretty clear what he meant. And but I'm basically saying that if you want to say something, if you want to review a book, you have to read it first. And, you don't get a free pass just because you're a Jew. Conops, I'm talking. I didn't invite Vincent. You want to talk to Vincent? You go and talk to Vincent. So basically, this is how it goes. But I know that most Jews are quite happy to admit that the Islam is Noahide and that Muslims are Noahide because they're not idolatrous, and Islam does try to be a Judaism light religion for Gentiles, and I do think it even minds being identified as such, because they have. I mean, Muslims happily admit that what is kosher is halal, but what is halal is not kosher. So, in a way, I'm quite optimistic about that, because, if they're just saying, no, we're never going to read some shit book by shit Gentiles because we're so superior, and we're not going to answer your question because blah, blah, blah. The point is, my point that I will keep making to them is this, that Jews have been chosen for a reason, and that reason is to be light unto the nations. And in order to be light unto the nations, they have a religious obligation to the Gentile to promote the Noahide laws. I don't have a problem with the Noahide laws. They're motherhood and apple pie to me. So the question becomes what it is that Jews are supposed to do in order to promote the Noahide laws when they are only 0.02% of the total world population, and they are not allowed to acquire empire because the borders of Greater Israel are clearly defined in the Torah, which is a book given by God to Moses on Mount Sinai, witnessed by, I think, 3 million Jews. So, this is undisputed. So the Chabad rabbis basically say we have to, spread this religion, we have to give it to the Gentiles. And I'm saying, well, look, it's too much of a burden on your scrawny, narrow shoulders. It's not fair that you are somehow expected to convert all these Gentiles, and when you're so few and when you are so hated. And surely what you should be doing is to govern what you now have properly and be what it is that the Torah says you must be. And of course, the area of Greater Israel, as Amanda will know, is quite vast in expanse. So it goes all the way to Beirut and Syria. I mean, actually, a large chunk of Syria would be within Greater Israel. Bit of Turkey, bit of Saudi, bit of all of Jordan, and also the strategic parts of Egypt. So they're going to have a lot of trouble conquering that land. But anyway, if you're a religious Jew, this is what presumably you would aspire to, because it's what the Torah says. So I helpfully suggested to them that they should point out that Christianity is kaput, and say that the next religion that they, Westerners could have would be Islam. But, they know that Islam, they're not quite ready to become Muslim, but secular Koranism will do nicely because it doesn't require belief. It will require no forced conversions, but maybe after a generation or two, people will, slowly become Muslim in their own time, at their own pace, never being hurried, never being forcibly converted, because secular Koranism would always be emphasizing chapter 2, verse 256, which guarantees freedom of belief. So that is my position. And also, but the question of Greater Israel, because again, I think the population, the total Arab population, is estimated to be 100 million in 2050. It is just not logistically and demographically feasible for the current population of Israel to be administering that expanse of territory with their 7 million people. And so the only way to do it peacefully would be to tell the Arabs in the Greater Israel area that Israel would now have to become a theocracy, because obviously they understand that they're not going to, Arabs are not going to submit to Torah law, but they will submit to Koranic law. And obviously it will be a different interpretation to the one they're currently used to, but they might actually prefer it to be, they might prefer it if they see it working in Israel, if Israel were to adopt it, and if it worked on the Israelis, and okay, I know that the Arab-Israeli relations are pretty difficult now, but the thing to bear in mind is that Europe was actually able to set aside its differences after 2 world wars. They, in fact, agreed to pool their sovereignty in the EU. I know they're not happy about things now, but it managed to stay together for, about 50 years? I mean, the whole EU project was, started in 1974, I think, when Britain joined the EEC, as it then was. It was only in a European Economic Community, and then it became the European Community, and then it became the European Union. And I'm suggesting something similar could happen in the area of Greater Israel. I mean, you look at how people behave, and basically people are not that bothered by the principle of national sovereignty. It's only anoraks like me who sort of think, well, people should care. They should care that, they're being ruled by their own government, chosen from their own people. But actually, they don't give a damn. As long as they think they're going to be better off under whoever, they're going to choose that, even if it's a foreign invading army. There was one part in War and Peace, the BBC dramatisation of it, and the point was very well made about the Napoleonic Wars, and basically, the Russian soldiers never really knew who they were fighting or when, because I think they were briefly friends with the French, and then they were fighting the French, and then they became friends with the French, and then they fought the French again, and there was this great scene in War and Peace when it was one Russian soldier talking to another, and so I thought we were friends with the French, and now we're fighting them again, and I think the officer said, yes, who knows? Who knows what it is that or what's going on? But we must do our job, or words to that effect. So, on the question of loyalties, people are, most of the time, they are unquestioning, and one of the little snippets in that dramatisation was when I actually don't remember the name of the family, but anyway, the French army was invading, so that family had to flee to Moscow, and the women of that land owning family were saying to the peasants, I'm so sorry, we have to leave you. I'll miss you, and blah blah, and the peasant said, oh, don't worry about us. We think Napoleon, with all the things he's been saying, or with all the things the French have been saying about equality and liberty and fraternity, we think we might just get a better deal under Napoleon. And that rather took me aback, and I thought, well, actually it makes perfect sense. So even these enmities will not last forever, provided there is the political will to go ahead with the Greater Israel plan. And so I think, Muslims have they can dangle before the Israelis the prospect of a Greater Israel acquired peacefully without war, but of course the price for that would be that the Israelis would have to, adopt secular Koranism, which is Sharia as I interpret it, which would make Israel technically a theocracy. And if this were to happen, then of course the surrounding Arab Muslims will think, all right, well, if it's going to be under Sharia, it's not quite that objectionable, because currently Israel is this, pesky democracy which, everybody hates, including the Americans and the Westerners who are subject to it. In fact, everybody just knows they don't like democracy. They want a strong leader, a leader they can trust. They're basically tired of weak, corrupt, incompetent leaders. And I think the whole world kind of envies America, because they think that America has got this, great he-man of a US president. And they're just stuck with their, effeminate leaders. So this is my plan. So the other thing I wanted to tell you is that I want Muslims to basically bribe the rabbis, because I had this essay writing competition about why they think why they think Islam is in fact a Noahide religion, and why secular Koranism, because it's based on the Quran, would be equally Noahide, or at any rate more Noahide than Christianity, which is kaput and should be taken out with the trash because it's been idolatrous to a supreme degree for 2,000 years now. And if God exists and was serious about forbidding idolatry, then of course he will be punishing Christians or the post-Christian. I mean, I wonder if there really are any Christians left. I mean, people might identify as Christian and say they're culturally Christian, but do they really pray to Jesus and really believe him to be the co-equal of the Abrahamic God? I mean, do they ever question themselves? I mean, it's undeniably idolatry. I just don't see how they can keep getting away with it. You can't pretend that God is some friendly, bearded man or woman, because, the Catholics used to pray to Mother Mary, didn't they? So basically the Catholic priesthood didn't really care what individual congregants prayed to, as long as they, paid them to baptise their infants and, paid their tithes and, did whatever they were supposed to do to keep the Catholic Church going. So the whole thing was a corrupt project. And so corrupt that the moment the Americans separated the church from their state, Christianity began to die. Because if you're told that you'd be burnt at the stake for denying the Trinity, and that for blasphemy, then of course you wouldn't say it. But if you were then allowed to question it and deny it, then you will. So generations of Christians have been basically forced into Christianity, and I guess this is what makes white nationalists so angry, that they've been tricked into believing that a Jew on a stick is also God, or they didn't even know they were supposed to believe in it. That this was what their ancestors did, and it was just a confused mess. And the moment they were allowed to deny the Trinity, belief just disappeared like morning mist. So this is what happened, and obviously the West will need a new religion, and there is no other one left. So why not just discuss this, admit it, and go on from there? But I'm finding it actually tremendously difficult to get anybody at all to engage on the matter. The Muslims are... Okay, what I know, because I have taken the trouble of reading the Quran in several translations. Okay, I know the Jews don't like talking about the Noahide laws, but the Muslims don't like talking about the Zionist verses of the Quran. So basically, the Quran acknowledges the state of Israel, and in chapter 17, verse 104, it talks about the children of Israel living in Israel. And one of the questions I asked today in the Hizb-ut Tahrir stream, Hizb-ut Tahrir, as you know, is this Muslim organisation that wants political Islam. So there was Dr. Abdul Wahid. He was on the stream, which has now been privated, I discovered, to my disappointment and irritation, basically. I was posting away. I didn't actually get one of my questions answered. And I guess he didn't like his own answer, or I don't know. But basically I was asking him about chapter 17, verse 104, talking about the right of Jews to go and live in Israel. And he's saying, actually I don't know what he said. I can't remember now, but he seemed to be denying that the Quran said that, and he said, and I really was astonished, saying, I'm not talking about borders or anything. Of course we don't acknowledge Greater Israel because there is a border there. And I thought, well, Hizb-ut Tahrir are about establishing the caliphate. Are they really saying that the caliphate will have no borders? But we already know that the Quran acknowledges tribes and nations. There's actually a verse in it saying, God created tribes and nations so that we may get to know one another. And of course nations have borders. It's just ridiculous to suggest that, that nations have no borders, or the caliphate that Dr. Abdul Wahid wants to establish would have no borders. I mean, is he saying that it would be a world caliphate just like that? It's just beyond belief that so many people seem to, so many people that they think are intelligent and educated, and you just look a bit deeper and they actually believe in nonsense. So it seems to me that Hizb-ut Tahrir doesn't even believe that they're going to get what they want. They just want to go through the motions of saying this crazy thing, and then actually not want it. It's a bit like these Chabad rabbis saying, because no religion is good enough for the Gentile, and only we rabbis can create a religion that is good enough for Gentiles. We have to create it and we have to promote it. And I think, look, it's just quicker to outsource the problem to Muslims, because, Islam is already a world religion. I think there's 1.2 billion people who are Muslims. And the Jews also have a troublesome religious obligation to exterminate the Amalekite. I know some rabbis have pretended that, that they've all died out or become extinct or something, but there is a definite school of thought that says, they're not extinct, they just interbred with us and they're all mixed up with us. So the only way to separate the Amalek is to have laws that will punish those who break the Noahide laws, because there is a school of thought in the in Talmud or something, some Jewish authority was just saying, the Amalekite is basically gentiles who hate our laws, and obviously there would be Noahide. And then I think that there is some discussion about whether, what to do with the Amalekite, and I think Maimonides did say that, well, we can't kill them all. If they agree to abide by the Noahide laws, we'll have to leave them alone. So anyway, the authority on this is clearly confused. But if you're a pragmatic Jew, but you still are interested in fulfilling your religious obligations, the obvious thing to do is this: you tell Westerners, you tell Americans, because they are the world superpower, that sorry, you're not a Noahide nation. We know you did something about education and sharing day, way back to the presidency of Carter, but you're not a Noahide nation. I mean, look at you. You're just promoting sexual immorality. You're not just failing to prevent it. You're actually promoting it in the form of gay marriage and transgenderism, and it's actually satanic. And you need to stop. And maybe you became like that. Maybe you became such bad people because your religion failed and you didn't even notice. Well, it has obviously failed because, it's right at the bottom of the four religions. It's the most transgressive of all the religions. It is the furthest away from the Noahide laws. And so you're right at the bottom, and this means that your religion is kaput, and you need to fix it, and there's secular Koranism. So that's what Chabad need to do, in my view. I mean, charity begins at home, right? So Chabad have their headquarters in Brooklyn, New York, right? So, it's an American thing. They, instead of questioning the presidency, that they just want to go around all the houses and do something completely irrelevant. I know the Noahides are mostly in the Philippines, but you're not actually doing what you're supposed to be doing. If charity begins at home, and home is where you live, Chabad rabbis, then you need to kind of say a few things about globo homo, right? And the only thing that would fix globo homo is Noahide-observant secular Koranism. So here's a plan. I'm trying to get Muslims to donate to my essay writing competition, open only to rabbis, about why secular Koranism is Noahide observant, because it comes from the same holy book. It bases its principles on the same holy book as Muslims, and Muslims are already considered to be Noahides, and but Christianity is right at the bottom of the heap because of its supreme blasphemy and extreme idolatry. And that's why so many things are going wrong in the West, because Christianity has failed. I hope I made myself reasonably clear. I just don't know what these Muslims are up to. I really don't. I've actually met Dr. Abdul Wahid, and he was, very pleasant when I did speak to him. But I really was taken aback. Surely, if you want to establish the caliphate, then it would need borders. it can't be some pretend caliphate in your head. You either want it or you don't. And if you do, then it has to be something capable of being realised. And if you say your caliphate has no borders, then it doesn't exist in the real world then, does it? It's just a pipe dream of a caliphate. So they don't really have any idea what they're doing either. And I actually think I'm closer to knowing what to do than they do. Because, there's so many things that they can't even bear to discuss, like chapter 17, verse 104. It does say the Quran is Zionist, and they can't bear to discuss it. Because it's there, it's staring them in the face. And then there's a few verses that they don't like talking about, such as chapter 18, verse 4, about admonishing those who claim that God has begotten the Son. So they're going to pretend it doesn't exist, or it doesn't mean what I say it means. So, all these Muslims who think themselves so superior to Jews, to cunning Jews, they're doing, a lot of stuff that are, I guess, something they would themselves call Jewish. They obscure the truth, and I think that's the real meaning of kuffar, isn't it? So I think Muslims have to be a bit more practical about that and how they can do it. What they want really is that, okay, this is how I would argue it if I were Muslim. It's like, you want greater Israel? Then you'll have to be a theocracy. There are only two kinds of theocracy you could be. You could be a theocracy according to the Torah, or you could be a theocracy according to the Quran. Now, a Torah theocracy would be quite hard on you people, because about half the Jews in Israel are secular Jews. So you would have to go for the lighter form of theocracy, the Quran one. And secular Koranism has just been created, and it'll, try to be as gentle on the sensibilities and lifestyles of people who are used to, the deepest levels of degeneracy. We certainly don't expect them to suddenly start observing the Sabbath and, giving up all sorts of things and keeping kosher. We just have to be reasonable about what we can expect of these degenerates. We can't expect them to just become ultra-Orthodox Jews, in 1 minute. So, and once Israel becomes a theocracy, and I'm saying it should become a secular Koranist theocracy because it's still technically a theocracy, then things might work better, and the Muslims around Israel might be a little more amenable to becoming part of this greater Israel project. And that's how I would play it. Am I being understood? Actually, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Thanks for wanting to come on, but I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Oh, all right. I'm going to get some coffee then, I suppose. I'm just feeling so sleepy. Kind of winding down. I did actually have a siesta, but I'm still feeling a little tired. Okay, I'm posting the link for you, Conops. You can tell us about your Valentine's Day. You only had 6 hours of sleep. Ooh, what have you been doing, Conops? That woman has a cold. Yeah, talking about colds and coronavirus, I went to a local meeting on Thursday, and I nearly didn't go because I thought, oh, maybe they're going to be racist because I'm Chinese, but they were fine. Yeah, and what I was going to say, to Chinese people living in the West, afraid of Westerners being racist towards them, is to be the first to make a joke about the coronavirus. Hello, Conops.
How are you doing, Claire? How lovely, the micro stream, 6 viewers. We should be proud of it.
I think I had about 7, and I was just yakking away without looking at the chat, and then they all went away. But never mind, I got it off my chest. I'll say it better and quicker next time without the technical problems.
What happened to your other channel? Like, you got a strike? You know why?
They won't tell me. They never do. It was hate speech, and actually it was one of the one with Vincent and Gandalf. We did mention Jews, but I don't think anybody said anything bad. In fact, I went over it to timestamp it, and nothing that was said, rang any alarm bells.
You sure OP wasn't on or anything?
No, he definitely wasn't. So it started off with Vincent. Well, he's got it. He started again with that SS. I mean, I think it's SS that's the worst. Don't you think?
Yeah, a lot of people really can't take him. I know Aaron Amihud really, really zones off.
Well, because he's just so angry and full of hate, and it's just, I mean, it's just a voice, the kind of,
Yeah, he also tends to just blabber on for a very long time without really getting to a point, and it's always the fucking same. Like, I'm so bored of Jews, but you're not. I mean, do you ever get bored of Jews?
No, but I'm not just complaining about them. I'm just saying, this is how they can get their greater Israel, and obviously the Muslims have got to, be open to a few ideas. I mean, today, it's just that I realise that Hizb-ut Tahrir, they want their caliphate, and their caliphate has no borders. And I was like, I'm still aghast. And then I kind of went back to listen to the bits that I missed, and then I discovered it was privated.
Yeah, they're very sneaky, these Hizb-ut Tahrir types.
I don't think they're very bright. They're actually really dim, I mean, I'm not...
I don't know, they were quite influential a couple of years ago.
Yeah, somebody I knew said he went to a Hizb-ut Tahrir meeting. They were, very all professional, educated, and whatever. But when Dr. Wahid said there will be no borders in our caliphate, it's like, well, this is a fantasy caliphate. How can you, And then he says, Then he started talking. I think he said, I'm trying to remember that he. I think he said that the Quran acknowledges no borders, and I thought that's not possible, because the Quran does talk about tribes and nations. So implicitly, if you can't have a nation without any border unless it's a fantasy nation.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure if the Quran speaks about nations and tribes in the same way that they're talking about the religious nation or the state. So if they're saying, God made us tribe and nation so that we might know each other, is just about at least accepting some kind of diversity, I would say. It's not necessarily about having clearly delineated borders. Because I mean, there are also other verses. Like, I mean, you fight until the God, like what belongs completely to Allah and stuff like that.
Until there's no more oppression, but that's kind of how long is a piece of string? Obviously, you're only going to fight if the oppression you're living under is so much that you have to fight over it. But ordinarily you probably can grumble a little about the government, but you're not going to overthrow it. So. Islam is a practical religion. I mean, it's just stupid to say that our caliphate will have no borders. It's like, well, are you talking about some kind of world government? Are you going to go from nowhere to world government without at least first, starting somewhere?
Well, no, these people are religious fanatics, most of them. So they see this through the lens of religion and not necessarily through the lens of politics. So they think it's a religious injunction to let Islam reign, or the laws of Islam reign in the whole world. So why would you have any borders if that is God's intention?
Yeah, I know, but you still have to do something in the real world to get your thing, and it's usually territory, and it is territory. So we're talking about Greater Israel. So, obviously there'll be lots of Muslims in Greater Israel. So I'm saying, so you can't have a Torah theocracy. And the Jews don't want a Torah theocracy because it's going to be really hard on them too. And they know they can't. And it's like, the Aqsa Mosque is there. So it's like kind of, if you believed in God, that, he put it there for a reason, to remind them, like, the last time you had a priesthood, they didn't do you any good, did they? And that is the whole point of Islam, I think, because it's saying you don't need a priesthood. You just make sure you have the right laws, and the judiciary will be the nearest thing you have to a priesthood. But you can also question their legal decisions. You can appeal them. You can argue over them in an open court. But you can't do it with sort of corrupt priesthood who will never tell you the nature and purpose of their deliberations. Like when suddenly William Tyndale had to die because he translated the Bible into English. I mean, what was that about?
Well, I mean, William Tyndale wasn't the only the person that had that problem. Famously, Ibn Rushd had that problem. Averroes, the famous Spanish Maliki jurist. He had to move out. Because the Caliph didn't like his juridical decisions, he didn't like his interpretation, and it's also for fundamentalists like Ibn Taymiyyah. Ibn Taymiyyah was persecuted pretty much everywhere.
Okay, well, probably a few people had some religious. I don't know the detail of it, but the point is really that I guess. Okay. So what? In the end, so what? I mean, there are going to be disagreements. I'm just saying that under secular Koranism, I don't think it'll be that unreasonable if I get to interpret it.
And you live forever. You've already.
No, obviously I won't live forever. But the point is that there can be legal traditions that can be handed down if there were a chance for it to be established and articulated and enshrined. So I mean you're saying nothing's going to work, so let's not trouble ourselves. Let's just sort of fucking have fun, and that's it. And yeah, I know really that deep down that's what you're saying, because
this is all what Claire. Why do you always go back
because
to
that
this
is
thing?
Exactly your position. You're going to say nothing is worth trying because it's too much trouble and it might not happen in my lifetime. So fuck it, I'm not going to bother.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. That's not my critique of you. That's not my own position.
Yes,
I don't think life is.
You never actually have anything to propose except that whatever is proposed will be too inconvenient and not worth it, and it threatens your lifestyle too much, and you're just not going to agree to it. I understand. There are lots of people in every age with exactly your attitude.
Well, it's just the mind of people who want to conserve things and are thinking that your plan might be very risky
Yes, of
because
course it's going to be risky. I am not going to say it's going to happen without anyone being of course not.
did you see my my argument with Catboy, the new sort of COE favorite, like the new Church of Entropy favorite, and he's a libertarian and he's some kind of
Oh
gay
yes,
libertarian.
bedpan.
Yeah, I don't know, I forgot his name. But anyway, so libertarians often have the same kind of reasoning. Um, so they say like, oh right, yeah, so my libertarianism doesn't exist in the reality to this day. It doesn't exist, but it hypothetically exists, and therefore you just should go with it. It's the same reason also, like the same way communists also have reasoned. So they say like, all these communist regimes that are all in existence in the world, that they're not real communism. Real communism is what I want. But if you look at the real results of these systems, they never really turn out very well. So why would your system work out better than similar systems?
Oh well, because it's worked out before, because there have been previous Islamic empires, so it's tried and tested really.
Okay, yeah, well, but then we can actually go discuss these examples.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
that's interesting.
it would have been nice for that Hizb-ut Tahrir's dream to say, well, why did the Ottoman Empire decline? But he just went on about how about Western foreign policy and how they kind of basically fucked up the Muslims again and again and again. But it's like, it'd be quite interesting to know why the Ottoman Empire declined. I bet they started breaking their own rules, because that's how it always starts. When you decline, you just think, oh, well, I'll just break a few of my own rules and see what happens.
Yeah, I always have difficulty talking about Ottoman decline. I don't think it's so much Ottoman decline as it was Western ascendancy. So I think what happened in the Ottoman Empire is they pretty much stayed the same, and it didn't work very well.
Well, they
And that,
closed the gate of interpretation, didn't they? So
well,
it
that
basically
gate was
ossified
that gate was closed.
in the
I
10th
would say,
century.
well, I would say more in the 13th. Um, yeah, it was Imam Al Ghazali. I would say, who would be most fundamental in creating this sort of orthodoxy. Although there were earlier trends like this as well, and but the Ottoman Empire, like, basically wasn't renewing at all. They had their traditional way of doing things, but it turned out that they were all defeated by the West, and the West had this new way of conducting warfare, much more curiosity about how the world was. I mean, they had all these explorers. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, the Ottomans traveled quite a bit, but they didn't. They didn't go to the New World. They could have, but they didn't see the need to. They didn't have the willpower to explore. I would say, and I
Well, I
think,
think
yeah.
it's happened to the Chinese as well. I mean, there was a time when they did send out explorers, and then they decided they couldn't be bothered anymore. And I suppose, retreating into isolationism is always attractive, or initially and superficially attractive, but basically
Mhm.
you have to keep up with events, or you'll find them overtaking you, and them invading you, as was what happened to China. And when it happened to China, it's like they couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that such an ancient civilization could be so backward and helpless against a bunch of savage barbarians who didn't even know how to behave and whatever. And it's like they just couldn't do it in the end. And of course, it was the Japanese who modernized first because, I guess the Japanese were, because they were a small nation, they thought, well, yeah, we'll just modernize. And then they basically cut through Chinese territory like a hot knife through butter because, when they had their modernized military, it was very easy.
Yeah, well, this is interesting. So why did, for example, Japan, after the Meiji Restoration in the 1860s, why were they successful? And, for example, the Ottomans and the Chinese were not? I think that is much more fundamental question.
I think for the Chinese, it was basically a matter of pride, and they were old and they were afraid, and it's like there was a book I read somewhere where even well-meaning people who suggested solutions to problems were basically ostracized or in some way punished for suggesting the right solutions because they were basically so neurotic that they couldn't listen to anything sensibly until the whole country fell into civil war, and of course that was a terrible time, and then after that was a terrible time too because of the Cultural Revolution and the famines and stuff. But then Russia didn't have a particularly good time. But I think what's really helpful about Chinese and Russian history is that because it did away with the whole of the system of monarchy. Because when you think about it, it's just stupid to think that any great nation or any great empire should just choose somebody and let him carry on his and let him pass on his power to his successor and all members of his own family. It's just stupid.
Yeah, well, I would say that is one of the reasons, but I don't think monarchy per se was a problem, especially in the West. We had more centers of power and monarchies.
But there were constitutional monarchies,
Yeah,
So,
from
really,
there,
they were just figureheads.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't have this unrivaled power that they did in some Eastern countries, I would say. I think that's probably one of the big reasons. Also because the kings in Europe couldn't really suppress dissident opinion as much as people in the Turkish Empire or people in China.
Well, China actually has a very rational system. I don't know if you ever read about the Chinese Communist Party, but what I've noticed is that they choose on merit. You want to become somebody like Xi Jinping. Well, you have to start early. It takes about 20 years if you don't get your career path interrupted in any way, and you start by becoming a town councillor, a city councillor, and you work your way up, provincial governor, governor of a major province, governor of a major city. They put you here, there, and everywhere in China, so you get an idea of how vast the country is and how diverse it is. And then if you work well with your colleagues, you might get elected.
Yeah, well,
but this is a more orderly career path than the crazy system we have now.
Well, I don't think so. Because this system in China is very old, right?
No, this just started with the Chinese. It's about 70 years old. The Chinese Communist Party.
No. Well, the basis of the system started. I don't know. Maybe even like in the Han period or something, when they had all these exams, right?
Oh, you mean civil service?
Yeah, for the civil service.
Well, they don't do that now, but I think they have to, if they're graduate, they have to take an entrance examination if they want to, go to the higher echelons of the party. Which is fair enough.
Yeah,
we don't do that. We should do it here, because the politicians are just so stupid. It just, they make me sick.
Yeah, but the problem is here in the West, because you can see so much of the corruption, you actually start to think that there actually is more corruption, but that's not the case. I mean, look at
It's
how the
just incompetence. It's
Well,
not.
but look at the Chinese, all right? This coronavirus. Now we eat this.
Okay, my position is that they overreacted. They overreact. I mean, if most Chinese parents had more than one kid, they wouldn't be overreacting in this way.
I'm not so sure they are. I think they've been treating this really incompetently. They've been keeping this quiet.
Yeah, you
Even
would
they,
keep it quiet because people will panic.
Yeah, well, it's better sometimes to panic, and then
No,
you
because
can.
it's just a flu bug that will kill people. But oh hell, have they killed that many people? Let it run its course. There are quite enough people around.
1,500?
7.8 billion people. We can afford to lose a few without closing everything down.
Well, then you're basically saying, all right, so these lives are not worth not getting into play.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is that the people who die will be elderly and already ill, and if you just do this again, it's obviously an overreaction, and they don't want to admit it, because the West has an agenda in kicking China when it's down.
No, well,
and then they're going to damage their own economies too.
No. Whoa. Look, Xi Jinping already knew of the severity of the situation. He kept it quiet. He knew how bad it was, and he didn't take the accurate measures.
What accurate measures? What do you expect them to do?
Well, they could have put the city of Wuhan under how would you say, completely isolated much earlier, and they didn't.
Well, they did,
and that's also because there's no free press.
It's easy with the benefit of hindsight, and I'm just saying, actually, just let it run its course. I would have done.
Yeah, well, let it run its course. Well, that is that secular Koranism. It's like let everybody
keep calm
die.
And carry on. That's the British way. Keep calm
and then
carry on.
But you're talking about the disease that's spreading. If you keep calm and carry on, it will spread everywhere.
Yeah, and then eventually it'll die out, like SARS.
No. Well, the reason why SARS also died out.
The Bubonic Plague didn't kill you all, did it? You're still all around.
Yeah, well, that's also the reason because we isolated people.
No, it's like, and then people had a wonderful time after the Bubonic Plague because the people left behind enjoyed higher wages. I mean, it's just so stupid.
1/3 of the European population, I think the same applies to Asia, died. 1/3.
Yeah, and then they carried on, and then they had a few more world wars. Come on, it's just stupid.
Then okay, I shouldn't. Well, if you're talking about if I'm gonna be interested in your system of government, and you're not even concerned about 1/3 of the population dying.
Well, not hardly 1/3 of the population died.
The Bubonic Plague, yes, absolutely, yes. 1/3 in the 14th century, 1/3 of the European population died.
Okay, I know a lot of people died, but anyway, I'm just saying, European civilization carried on. And I guess
of course they carried on.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's a good thing.
Those left behind enjoyed high wages and greater prosperity. Maybe there were too many people around. I don't know.
1/3 of the population.
Oh, come on,
you have daughters.
Stop weeping your crocodile tears.
No, you're a psychopath. You just don't have any emotions. What's wrong with you?
I'm not going to, It wasn't me who said one person dead is a tragedy, 1 million is a mere statistic.
Yeah, that's Adolf Eichmann. Do you want to take any cues from him? Is he like somebody you admire?
Sorry?
That is Adolf Eichmann. Do you want to take?
No, it's Stalin. I thought it was Stalin.
No, that's Adolf Eichmann, and he was responsible for
anyway, it's true. It doesn't matter who said it. It's true.
6 million Jews. Thank you very much.
No, I thought it was Stalin talking about the famine.
Oh, the Holodomor. Well, that's another example. Like, all right, maybe the people after the Holodomor could have created more jobs because more people died. Is this your way of reasoning? Really? Like, is this your moral compass?
The moral compass is to run the country rationally, and to close your I think the Chinese are getting soft in the head. You know, that's probably because they all only have one kid each, and then they get a little nervous about it. If they all had 10, they'll just say, okay, we can we can afford to take a few casualties. But then it's like they keep one wrong thing follows another wrong thing, and secular Koranism for the Chinese too.
Yeah, and have is that like also having one third of the population die in a civil war because of its implementation?
I don't know about that. I mean, whatever I'm not proposing war. I'm just saying that there are some diseases like the common flu that you cannot stop, and if it happens, then it happens. But people recover. Most people recover, don't they?
Yeah, that's the common flu, and that's not.
Yeah,
Corona.
the Spanish flu, and you guys had that, and were still around talking about
Well,
it.
the Spanish flu, if we could have prevented the Spanish flu by isolating and quarantining people.
Yeah, people
I
just
would have been
couldn't
for it.
do that. They didn't have the resources. They just knew that you can't really do that. I mean, and if you wanted to quarantine people, you can only do it discreetly. And then you think, okay, discreetly, but then...
Why can't... Okay, do we have to do it discreetly?
Because people will start panicking.
And then what? What's wrong with a bit of worry? It's not panic, it's worry. Concern. It's not necessarily panic.
Well, I think, okay, I'm just saying, if most people were not atheists, they would take the prospect of death a little more calmly.
So you want them to be martyrs in the cause of Allah.
Not really. I'm just saying,
willing cannon fodder.
War situations happen when there's a youth bulge, because then most of the young would be young men, and young men would be, would be the sort of people who go around raping and pillaging.
Yeah, I just wonder, Claire, this is a
You're
serious
such a
question.
fucking hypocrite,
Do you actually care about people? At all?
I care to the extent that I want government to be run on rational principles, and I don't want to be wearing my heart on my sleeve, pretending to be surprised when I hear that people from time to time die of disease.
Well, from time to time. We're talking not from time to time.
How many people died? How many people have died of coronavirus? Huh?
Okay, you first talked about the Bubonic Plague. And I already said there was 1/3 of the population that died because of it. And then we're talking about coronavirus. Well, I think we have at the moment it's about 60,000 infections and about 1,500 people died. That's a lot of people.
Is it? I mean, really? Is it?
Yeah, if you could look at it
okay.
compared to any common flu.
I'd like to know how many people die of pneumonia every year. I mean, okay.
Yeah, but pneumonia isn't preventable in the way that the coronavirus is. And also, I mean...
Okay, maybe the Chinese should... I don't know, if it's a food thing, they could be halal, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, and the halal food would be... have you ever been to any Middle Eastern markets with their meats? They're not very careful either. I mean, it's not like
I think we all know that the Chinese are more omnivorous than other races, maybe.
Yeah, well, they eat dogs famously. I don't approve of that. But
well, they should be slaughtered humanely, and I think the Chinese break the rules of that particular Noahide law about not.
Well, I think kosher slaughter and halal slaughter is animal abuse to the max.
Why do you say that?
Well, you're cutting their throat.
Well, you have to kill them.
They bleed
That's the
to
quickest
death while
way.
they're still alive.
That is the quickest way. Do you know why?
No, it's not the quickest way.
It is the quickest way.
No, it's not the quickest way. You can kill them instantly. That's what they do now. That's why that's the reason why in
You
many
need
parliaments in Europe.
you need the heart to pump out the blood.
Why?
Okay.
Because it's more tasty.
No, you because it's a contaminant after the thing is
Okay,
dead.
so if you get a choice between execution by, I don't know, like a bullet in the head or a bullet through the heart, or you can choose to be beheaded by like a small ISIS knife. What would you choose?
Well, why don't we just go through the different methods of slaughter, and we can get the idea of our preferred mode of execution? Because I just happen to, I did look it up when I was writing the post on Voice of Reason about which would be your preferred method of execution. So if you're going to be slaughtered in the conventional way, the non-halal way, then what would happen to you as an animal would be that you would be shot with a 4-inch bolt into your brain, and then while you're stunned, you're going to be hung up on your hind legs, and then there would be a conveyor belt process of slaughter. Okay, so hung outside, and while the halal method would be you would be faced towards Mecca, and the person would say a prayer over you and cut your throat. I think I prefer the latter.
I don't.
Okay, you want to be hung outside your
No,
your
well
hind
that's what
legs while
happened.
you're
Whoa, 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 whoa.
stunned and probably twitching away because of the 4-inch bolt stuck, and then you will have your
I think it's already instant death when you have the bolt in your head.
no,
By
I
the
think you're
way,
just stunned. You're just
no, I
stunned.
don't think so. I think
Okay,
that you
well
get
we
killed
can look it
immediately.
up, and then we can talk about it the next time. But I did then I can send you the article I wrote a few years ago on that subject. But I think the non-halal method sounds far more brutal.
I don't know.
And
Like, I
also
mean,
the whole thing
I
about
can give the Saudi.
throat
I can
cutting.
give the
You
Saudis
know, okay,
this.
talking about the Japanese, this okay. If you're a samurai, you have to commit harakiri. Very very painful, and you have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, and even Roman generals had to fall on their sword, and they couldn't do it, and then they were also beheaded. So it's a similar idea. But samurais would have wives, and the wives would also be expected to kill themselves because otherwise they'd just be raped. Okay, so they have to do it themselves, and the girly method of doing it would be cutting their own throats. So there, it's the quickest.
It's not. I mean, cutting your throat is not necessarily the quickest. I mean, yeah, if you have a small knife, it might be. Uh,
Okay, well,
I
you
don't
think
know.
of a quicker method if you didn't have a gun, and
Oh
even
no, no,
people who
look,
shoot
look.
themselves
Yeah,
in the head,
yeah,
they
but we
often
have guns
miss.
now. We have guns now. So I mean, why would you?
No, not
I mean,
everybody is just going to be able to get a gun. Oh, come on, just be practical. Just think of ordinary people who don't own guns. You know, they probably have to walk in front of a car and throw themselves off a
sleep. What
building,
about
or
sleeping pills? What do you think? People who kill themselves
a
generally
lot of
choose
people
like.
just end up getting their stomachs pumped. Okay, some succeed. Yes, all right, they can do it with a cocktail of drugs. All right,
Hmm.
but
But it's less
but that's
painful.
not the quickest way. That's what I'm trying to say. You
It's
know,
not.
it's the
Well,
throat cutting that is swift and irreversible.
and very painful because most of the time actually that doesn't work either. Also the hand cutting, like you think like, oh, you're immediately gonna die, but you'll bleed to death. And I think it will just, I don't know, maybe it'll take a half a minute or so.
Oh well, people would do it in a bath. That was how they did it in the movies, anyway.
But at least then
Well,
also they
I
leave
mean, the Romans
their
would talk about
wrists.
opening their veins. You know, when a horrible Roman emperor was angry with one of his courtiers, they would be asked to, you know,
I'll say this much for the Saudis: the swords are not the worst. Like if you are swiftly beheaded,
yeah,
it's
they're
over
supposed to
very
do it in
quickly.
one stroke. And they're
Yeah.
trained for it. One
No,
stroke, and
this
the
is
head
not
comes
like
off.
I'm not trying to make any anti-Islamic point. I'm just saying what the reality of the situation is. I mean, Yes, if I get a choice between somebody cutting my throat or like a swift beheading by a Saudi in Saudi Chop Chop Square, I'll choose Saudi Chop Chop Square.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that an animal would have no choice. But okay, for an animal, even if it could talk, we would have to say, look, you'll have to do it through the kosher. You have to die, using kosher methods of slaughter. Then you'll have to die under halal methods of slaughter, and then you'll have to die again under the non-halal, non-kosher methods of slaughter. And then perhaps you'll tell us which preference. Whether you had a preference. I mean, this is stupid. I think we can use our imagination, can't we?
Yeah, but I mean, we can also see what people tend to do when they want to kill themselves, and it's not cutting their throats.
What is it that they tend to do?
What tend to do? They hang themselves. They overdose with pills. They jump from buildings. They jump in front of trains. Pretty much everything, but cutting their throats. So
okay, I understand, but if you want to do it swiftly and irreversibly with what you'd have in a normal home, I suppose, then throat cutting would be the obvious route for it to be irreversible and swift. I don't know. Do you want to electrocute yourself? I mean, are we being a bit morbid or something?
Yeah, we are. No, I didn't start it. I want to save the animals, Claire.
I'm just saying, it's swift and irreversible, and that's why but that's why it's considered more humane than other forms of slaughter.
But by who? By Muslims and Jews?
No, I'm just saying people who want to kill themselves swiftly using what is available in a normal home would have to arrive at throat cutting or wrist slitting.
What did Jeffrey Epstein did if he really did kill himself? He hung himself with a cord.
Okay, I'm just telling you, I wouldn't have any idea how to do that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell people how to do that, because you never know in these circles. I mean, there are lots of depressed people out there. Like Millennial Woes. I think he is probably the most depressed person I've ever encountered in real life or on stream. You don't talk about him anymore, do you?
Well, he just doesn't produce any content, so I have nothing, to talk about. I mean, actually, he does his AMAs every Sunday now, I think.
Oh, I thought he was like for a long time. He's like months away, and almost like he gave up on the idea or something. And I think he got a girlfriend at one point, and then that didn't work out. And then he came back to streaming. But the guy had some really major depression issues. And I mean, like, I'm not like saying like I'm always the happiest guy, but I mean, that's like, I don't know.
Well, I remember one of his streams, and he was saying, since I discovered politics, I'm feeling really purposeful and whatever. And then he actually kind of did this introspection process, and he was saying, but should I pretend to be depressed because a lot of people who follow me are depressed, and I can only reach out to them by being depressed, or something crazy like that. And I was thinking, oh my God, what is this? Why are you pandering to these people? To pretend that you're something you're not, just to make them feel comfortable with you. But he was actually saying that.
Oh, that is interesting, actually. Well, maybe, yeah, I think he might be right about that his demographic is a lot of depressed young men, and that they need somebody who they identify with, and they need somebody to, I don't know, like if he's very different. Also, I mean, you have to be angry at the world, right? I mean, like, if life is good, why do you need a political cause? I think what revolutionaries want to do is to create a world where they can live in, or create a world where they have a place, right? So I think that's the illusion of the revolutionary. Sometimes it's right, but I think many times people forget that maybe in the new system they don't have a lot of chances either.
It may not even happen in their lifetimes, or they might end up being, killed for political reasons. But yeah, I can see that, it is future goal, and we can, imagine it and want it and look forward to it. And this goes back to this, or some people just like the self-importance it gives them when they talk about politics, which is why I was so surprised that Dr. Abdul Wahid actually didn't have anything that was in any way worth having. It's like, what, a borderless caliphate? But that's not even a real country, and it's just so pie in the sky that I think why it's just LARPing, Muslim LARPing.
Yeah, I saw this very interesting discussion between Brutus the British and some more sort of orthodox National Socialist, and it was really interesting. Some like the Hitler question, it's like how should Hitler be viewed by English nationalists? And I know, me and Brutus, we just differ on almost every question, but in some ways, sometimes he has some political sense. Like he has an antenna that most people here don't have. So it was about Churchill. What are you gonna say to normies? Like Churchill, the war hero, was the worst person ever. He was controlled by the Jews, and by the way, like the people that attacked our country and bombed it, they were actually the good guys, and where you live and where you come from and your traditions are actually shit. And Germany is better than England anyway. I mean, people in Britain are not gonna accept that. Well, this is not a palatable message.
Okay, one of the views I've heard expressed by nationalists is like, well, it would have been better for us if Hitler had won, because at least under Hitler, he would not have allowed uncontrolled immigration. That is kind of what they,
Yeah, but that's still like in a hypothetical scenario. What if Hitler would have won? Well, he didn't win. You live in the reality you live in. Hitler and the Nazi regime are the most demonized regime almost in history. How are you reasonably going to rehabilitate Hitler and the Nazis? It's just impossible in the current political context in the West.
Well, I think people are not really, listening to all the facts. I mean, the point is that Hitler didn't want a war with Britain. He thought he could do a deal with Britain, but it was Britain who was bent on destroying Germany.
Well, that's not true. Come on. I mean, there were all.
Well, it is. I mean, he really didn't want a war with Britain. He didn't want a war on two fronts. And he gambled on Britain not going to war over Poland because it wasn't even their area. It wasn't even their sphere of influence. It's like Poland was always Germany's backyard. So what was that all about? Britain was just spoiling for a fight. It just didn't want Germany to rise up, and that was it. And there was nothing Hitler could have done to okay, he could have not invaded Poland.
Yeah. That's what he could have done. Yeah, exactly that. Not invade Poland. That would have been very smart.
Okay, so basically, I mean, if you could resurrect Hitler and interview him and say, Hitler, what do you think your greatest mistake was? He would have to say, well, I shouldn't have invaded Poland. I foolishly thought the British would be reasonable about Poland, which has always been the backyard of Germany anyway. Little did I know that after fighting a ruinous world war with 10 years ago, they still wanted another world war with us.
What do you mean? They still wanted another world war?
Well, on both occasions, Britain declared war on Germany. It was Britain that declared war on Germany. And it was the Germans who said, well, why are you doing this?
Yeah, because after violation of a neutral sovereignty in the first case,
Yeah,
Belgium,
like Britain
Belgium.
really cared,
Yeah, of
No,
course.
it
No, but
was the
you can't.
Berlin
Whoa,
to
whoa, whoa,
Baghdad
Claire,
railway
Claire, Claire,
that
Claire, Claire.
triggered the British. I know that Europeans were saying, oh, it was because the nasty Germans were violating Belgian neutrality on their
Yeah.
way to attack France. But did Britain give a damn during the Paris Commune when yeah, I mean, the Prussians
Well, whoa, whoa,
besieged
yeah, yeah. When
Paris?
yeah, well, that's also
Didn't
because it
give a
was a
damn.
no. Well, the British had their own interest in not allowing that revolutionary regime to exist. So I mean, it's these are more complicated questions. Also, back in the
It was a
day,
Thucydides trap that the
yeah,
British
but no, but this
fell into
no.
twice.
Yeah, no, but you're not understanding Thucydides. Thucydides trap is well, what is Thucydides' big thesis in the
He was saying
Peloponnesian
that any
War?
declining empire will see it as will fall into war over, because
No,
it's
no,
so
no, no,
nervous and looking over its shoulder and then sees, ooh, there's my potential rival. I better, I better see them off while I still can because I'm declining. Because if I wait a few more years, I'll get so much more powerful. So while I can, I better crush my rival now.
I think you haven't really read the book then.
What book?
Well, the Peloponnesian War.
No, I haven't read that book. You tell us
Well,
then.
yeah, well,
You haven't read it either. Ha ha ha.
I have actually. So what happened was the rise of it's not the decline of Sparta, it's the rise of Athens that creates fear, and it's about the allies and also about how would you say it's about not respecting sovereignty of nations. It's like when the allies when so the whole
Well, the Delian League.
no, I mean the first instance, it's in Corfu, right? So
I'm afraid I don't know about Corfu. Just tell me everything as if I had never heard of it, and then it'll be more fun for everyone, maybe.
yeah, so what happened that there were like a few regimes that Sparta was supporting, and there was a change of leadership, right? So because of that change of leadership, Athens went on the supporting role, and like it really escalated from there, right? So they were Sparta was really scared that that Athens would take more, right? And that's why they also interfered, and Athens aggressively pushed. But you can always ask, like, is this like the fault of Athens? Is it the fault of Is it the fault of the of Sparta, who was fearful, or was it the fault of or was it the fault of Athens, who was aggressive? And also, you have to understand that you're in an alliance system, right? So you have different powers egging you on to protect them, right? So if you can't protect your allies, why should they ally with you? If you can't protect Belgian sovereignty, why should anybody take your word seriously?
Well, because Britain wasn't a continental power; it was a thalassocracy. So it's up to the it's always been a battle between the French and the Germans. So let them fight it out. But Britain, it's like, if you are a global empire, you think every war is a party and you're the world's number one party girl, and Britain couldn't resist it. Britain couldn't resist it. They thought they could
Well,
win.
no, but
I think Britain
Britain.
thought it could easily win, and they were wrong.
Well, they were wrong, and so was Germany in the Second World War, and actually Germany was also wrong in the First World War because they eventually lost because the coalitions they created against them uh, were so big and so vast that they couldn't stand against them.
Yeah, because I think there was a song First World War. It was a July war. I think it was a summer war, and there was a song going around to the effect that our boys will be home by Christmas.
Yeah, no, I mean there was a lot of exaggeration and how would you say optimism about that about that war.
And also
Um,
they got their dreadnought battleships, and they thought, wow, we're just dying to try them out. And then we've had a
hmm.
few scrapes with the Germans in Africa who are we just want to try it out. We just want to
Yeah,
try out the
but
latest
this is the
toy.
yeah, but this is the question. I mean, Germany was growing in such a rate. It was so fast. Its economy was so big that France
After German
alone,
unification.
yes, that France alone could not balance it anymore. And this is why England or Britain played this balancing act.
Yeah, but the
So it,
Kaiser was, one of the family.
yeah, well, that never helped. I mean, European leaders were always a family of each other, and they always fought wars with each other.
Anyway, the consequence for Europeans for fighting two world wars with each other is that their power went from the old world to the new, and now they are just American vassal states. And then, unfortunately for the Americans, they just don't have the maturity to run an empire. And thalassocracies are infamously volatile, they rise quickly and just as quickly fall, and they're just being stupid, and all the old land empires are just looking at them like, are you crazy? What do you think you're doing? You
Yeah, but
just
I
think you
think
can
you're
bomb people and
overestimating the
expect no.
land powers. The land powers are not that strong.
No, I'm just saying these land powers acquired their empire the hard way. They fought for it, they had to hold it, they had to, it just took centuries. They had to settle it and farm it and then expand and consolidate and expand. It was long and arduous. But
Yeah, well,
with modern technology, you control the seaports, you control the trade, you get rich very quickly until somebody else comes along, and of course it was the Berlin to Baghdad railway that really spooked the British, and the Germans didn't even know. They were innocently saying, well, we can't afford to fund the Berlin to Baghdad railway all by ourselves. Would you like to invest in it too, Britain? And Britain went, wow.
yeah,
If
but
if that,
yeah,
that railway were built, then we're totally fucked. All our sea routes will mean nothing, and the Germans will have the trade, and they can bypass our carefully established marine empire. And that was it. And of course, the schoolboys and schoolgirls were never told of this.
but I think so. My problem of your sort of conception of what Thucydides writes, is that it completely puts the onus on the sort of the defending power, the established power, and is not calculating in what a rising power and what the responsibilities of rising powers would do. Because I think it was sort of the ascent of Athens and its aggression that triggered Spartan fears. But if they would have behaved responsibly, if they wouldn't have been so imperial, um, maybe Sparta could have a better agreement. There were many instances, especially just after the Persian War, that Athens, helped Sparta even crush its Helot population. Um, they worked together in a lot of instances, but because of Athenian arrogance and because of their own conception of their might, they were much more bellicose at some point. So yeah, then Sparta had to take measures to defend themselves.
Yeah, and also I think there was an ideological an ideological enmity about the Spartans just you know hated the whole idea of democracy, and the Athenians hated the thought of living like a Spartan.
Yeah, well, that's true, but I think these ideological tensions, only became really relevant because Athens was so aggressive in pushing the populations of friendly states to Sparta to become democracies. And then Sparta became really also, how would you say, aggressive in pushing oligarchies at the same time, because they thought like, all right, so if it's a democracy or if it's an oligarchy, it's going to be friendly to us, and otherwise it's going to be an enemy. So it becomes a zero-sum game. Well, before, in all these Greek city-states, you had many different kinds of political organizations, and they weren't that ideological. So they became very ideological also because of this power dynamic between Athens and Sparta.
Yes, and there was this, infamous statement saying the powerful do what they will, the weak
suffer what they must.
The weak suffer what they must.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's the so-called Melian dialogues, if I'm not mistaken. They're talking about destroying this. I think this town in this like island.
Yeah, they would say, can't we just stay neutral? And Athens said, no, you can't stay neutral. You're either for or against us.
But this is what Hitler did. He did this the same thing he did to Holland. Like, can't we stay neutral? We wanted to stay neutral. We were invaded. I don't think even Denmark declared itself pro-British at the time. We were invaded. Poland was invaded without, I would say, great provocation.
Well, I mean, there was a Saxon king in Poland as recently as the 1600s, so, Poland really was Germany's backyard. And they were all mixed up anyway, all the different European peoples, because they would be administered by the Austrian Empire. And I guess it was sort of like, oh, so who's in charge of us now? Is it the Austrians? It's the Germans. Oh, it's the French.
Yeah, but don't you understand, like, after the Anschluss, so after Austria, after Czechoslovakia, at some point you have to draw the line. And Hitler promised he wouldn't do anything anymore, and he violated that agreement at some point. This is the last drop.
I'm not defending him. I'm just. In fact, I early anticipated that if you could revive him and interview him, he'd say, well, my greatest mistake was invading Poland, but I really didn't think the British were going to go to war with us over this. I really didn't. I thought I'd take a chance. Because, because they must have been so war-weary after the First World War. Why the hell would they just, try and stop us from, just getting a bit of Lebensraum?
A bit of Lebensraum.
Yeah.
This is how OV also said.
Considering,
the
British and the French, they had their world empire. They cut up, they got all of Africa. We were a bit late because of our war of unification. So, why can't we have a little bit of land here and there in Europe itself? And, it's like, Russia's got lots of land. We're going to take some of that. And it's not. Anyway, he thought he'd get away with it, and he thought wrong. He thought the British were going to be reasonable about it.
No, well, that's not reasonable. It's not reasonable for a power. That's why I wanted to return to Thucydides. It's not reasonable for a power to acquiesce in another power's taking more power. I mean,
but there's always been spheres of influence, but you
have to also take balance. You have to also think about balancing behavior. Like, at some point, you don't have the resources, you don't have the power to stand to a nation that has aggressively conquered much more territory and has more resources. So you need to think in advance about how you're going to balance that power. And you're not going to do that by just laying on the bed and let yourself be fucked. Or others be fucked.
Well, the thing about, all these sort of preventative, aggressive wars is that they're not really in accordance to Islamic principles, are they? Because the Quran only allows defensive wars. The First World War and the Second World War were not defensive wars, because on both occasions it was Britain that declared war on Germany. So Britain got itself fucked for offending against Koranic rules of warfare?
Because look, preemptive wars or wars of defense. If you look at the
you can argue that if you're some sort of Talmudist, I suppose.
If we're looking at who won the Peloponnesian War, it was the Spartans.
But they were both fatally weakened, and then the Romans soon took them over.
Whoa, well, we're talking about very different time periods, Secular. The Peloponnesian War is about 434 to about 400, I think, with some intermissions. And the Roman conquest is about 133. So, I mean, that's a long time.
Yeah, but the point was that the Greeks as a civilization declined, and the up-and-coming one was the Roman one.
Well,
I assume that the reason why they declined was because they exhausted themselves in war.
Well, they exhausted themselves in war with each other, yeah.
And this is what happens when you exhaust yourselves in war. I mean, in Britain, I think, they did all the wrong things. It's like, oh my God, we did all this, and did we win the war? No, we lost India, we lost our world empire. How are we going to explain it to the soldiers coming back? Oh my God, they'll do what the brown shirts did. And they'll overthrow the government that sent all these men to die in this stupid war that didn't get them anything.
Oh yeah, but
and then they gave them a welfare state, and it made them degenerate, and here we are.
Well, the Second World War was a necessary war, because you can't just accept somebody taking over that whole continent. I mean, even if you could argue that they wouldn't invade Britain, or they just would be taking over large part of the continents with client states and then some places occupied, it will still mean that you just have such a marginal role in the politics, and the continent would be so dominated by Germany that you just don't have any influence anymore. You can't do anything. You can't even decide your own destiny. And with any provocation, they could take over your country as well. And now they're in a much better position than they were before.
Okay, in theory, it's like the Germans are lovely people. I've always had, enjoyed my interactions with Germans.
Yeah. There are plenty of lovely people. Turks are lovely people too, but they also genocided the Armenians. I mean, it's not.
Yeah. I mean, that happens, but I'm saying that the Germans would, I'm sure, have run the continent of Europe competently, and they did run it for quite some time, and it wasn't all nice. No, I'm sure.
Right, what happened. Look, competently, if you're talking about how Hitler treated the Slavs or the Jews, or
come on. It's like anti-Semitism is just baked into the European and maybe the rest of humanity. It's just scratch the surface, and you just find explosions of it.
Yeah, well, I think at the moment we can see it's more prevalent in the Middle East. So
yeah, because they think that Jews control American foreign policy, and I think this is what I've been trying to explain on the stream actually, and I would say that there is this belief that Jews were they were chosen by God for a special reason, to promote civilization, to set a standard for these Gentiles to follow, and it's like when they don't do it, because the whole idea is that they do have a duty to us. They're supposed to do stuff for us, and they don't, because they don't like us, because they know we don't like them or something, or they rather help each other than help and then perform their religious obligation. And the more badly the Gentile feels himself to be governed, the more he will blame Jews, and anti-Semitism is kind of almost linked in this way, I think.
Yeah, but anti-Semitism is a very interesting phenomenon, because it's not just that Jews are blamed for one thing. They're also blamed for very contradictory things. They're blamed for things that don't exist. Well, we can start with the bubonic plague, for example. I mean, that's like a level of irrationality that's well, Jews can't help anything about that. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. Except that they didn't die because they washed their hands before they handled the bread, and that's why they survived. But even being surviving meant that they were guilty of poisoning the wells. But I think but then the Jews themselves acknowledge that they have a tendency to scapegoat each other, which is why they even scapegoating is a Jewish idea. So they get this goat and then throw it off a cliff or something. Right?
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, Jesus famously did it as well. Yeah. But it's, yeah. Well, I don't think it's a Jewish idea, but I think it's everywhere. I mean, even places that haven't been touched by any Abrahamic faith
they will
have
be
this
blaming
concept.
their own elites for abusing them, and I can see that. I mean, of course, there were no Jews in China, but during the Cultural Revolution, it's like whoever was in charge of us. So it'd be people who are richer than us, people who are cleverer than us, academics, people who are landlords, people who it's like those people will get it in the neck.
Oh,
And
definitely.
so Jews are really a microcosm of anyone that we perceive to be cleverer, richer, and higher status than us. There we go.
Yeah.
And then we think because we think
agree with
they're in
that.
charge, we blame them for everything.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, I think we could call the Vietnamese the Jews of Cambodia. I mean, they were like disproportionately targeted in the killing fields. Well, you can say the same
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
with like,
And people who
Malaysia.
wore glasses, they were targeted too, weren't they?
Yeah,
So
intellectuals.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, Patrick
So
Bateman always
it's
says
actually
intellectuals go to the rice fields. I mean, it's like an archetype,
it's basically the sin of envy, in my view. I mean, people are quite unashamed. Like, oh, I hate her because she's got all the things I want. Brains, beauty, wealth, whatever. It's like, people instinctively hate other people who have the things that they want. And a lot of, it's so common that people don't even talk about it anymore. But the contradictory position of the alt-right is that, it's like, I keep pointing out to them that if you want to talk about Jews preying on you, then you're kind of admitting that they're higher up on the food chain than you are, and you are implicitly, even by making this complaint, acknowledging that they are higher status than you. And it'd be no, they are parasites, they are scum, blah blah blah. But actually, they still need to clear up in their mind, whether they are above them or below them.
Oh, definitely. I always say this to OV. Like, I mean, especially religious Jews, right? Is that not your ideal world? A cohesive group that has a trad lifestyle that rules themselves and is not ruled by others. I mean, is that not your ideal?
He actually wanted to be a Jew, I think. I mean, I
Yeah,
think he was a bit disappointed though when they were told that
it wasn't
he
accepted.
can't say that he's a Jew because his mum married a Jew or something.
Yeah, and there is where the envy thing comes back, huh? I mean, this
Yeah.
is like Freudian on very different levels.
Oh, there's just so much psychology,
Oh, this is.
in
I mean,
politics, so much. It's never,
yeah. But it's really interesting. I think Brundlefly, like I always think like, all right, Brundlefly is an anti-Semite because his wife is ruining his life.
Yeah,
And he's
and that's why
envious
he's such
because
a
she's
bully. He
making
has to
more money
attack
than him.
people to get back his masculinity, right? That's why
Yeah,
he's always, on a jihad against someone or other.
yeah, I think that's a large part of it. Yeah, I think, yeah, I think the old right in general is a movement to try to, I don't know, to get dignity. It's not a movement that has any sort of like, I don't know. I don't think it has any sort of realistic goals. It is just a movement to get like some emotional issues out of the way.
Yeah, it's therapy for them. They think,
Yeah.
right, I said mean things about Jews. Oh, I got my channel taken down. It's the fault of the Jews. I was right. It's all, a process of a self-fulfilling, prophecy. And, and I think that this will happen even more because these people don't have a religion. So there's nothing positive, to get them together as a group. And one of them even actually said to me that, well, we've lost so much of our identity that the only thing we can see is the colour of our skins because we don't agree on anything. That's the only objective similarity that we all have.
Yeah, I think that's so empty. If the only thing you have in common is your skin color, and you're basing your political ideology on something as I don't know, so like shallow.
Yeah, and they can't
That.
even be consistent about it because they say, oh, well, I'm a white nationalist and I'd kick out all the Jews and then I could kick out all the Muslims and I'd kick out all the non-whites. And then, it's like, yeah, after I've kicked those people out, there are a few people of my own race that I'd like to sort out.
Oh,
The gays.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, Patrick Bateman, I thought this was very revealing at some point, and I think he wasn't entirely LARPing because he confirmed this multiple times. He said 80% of the white people have to go. They're not good enough. They're not worth protecting, and they deserve to die. So I don't know. Then, do you really care about white people in a real sense, or is it just to get your, I don't know, emotional issues out of the way, and you feel you just want to vindicate your own sense of self-worth, and you want to, just like stop this humiliation that you're experiencing?
Yeah, and it can only be avenged by avenging, themselves against somebody else. But, fundamentally, it's all, it's like, okay, it's not even a racial thing as far as I can see because, you ask a few I've asked a few Americans saying, okay, this is a time before the American Civil War. Would you prefer to live in the North or in the South? And, it's not a straightforward answer for them because, they think, well, living in the South would be quite nice. I could be, a slave owner. And so, actually being a minority in your own country is not a problem. I mean, they'd probably be quite happy to be the only white person, provided all the blacks are, properly respectful. So, and of course, a lot of, white people go and live in a foreign country where they are definitely the minority, and they're quite happy there. So as long as the people treat you all right, you're okay. But obviously, you feel not well treated in your own country, that's why you're complaining. But then that's a problem with your politics, which, you should sort out.
Yeah, so I think that is a really interesting point. So it's not about white nationalism. It's about your position in the hierarchy. You'll be fine surrounded by a lot of blacks if they're subservient to you.
Or just treat you decently. Maybe that's enough.
But so why can't we, for example, why can't white nationalists or most white nationalists really condemn slavery in like a very, how would you say, unambiguous terms and say it was a mistake to get all these Africans and take them from their native lands? And most white nationalists are like, well, I don't know, it wasn't so bad and stuff like that. But if you really think about, all right, I want this pure ethno state, and that's the most important thing, and I want to sacrifice everything for it. I think then you should be prepared to make some kind of compromise also in your narrative to make sure that will be realizable. But I think in the current position they hold, just the way they talk about black people is so disparaging that they can't even make a deal with them. I mean, it's impossible. You can't say, hey, you like dumb, I don't know, N-word, go back to your own country, because they won't have that willingness to, how would you say, to accept.
Nobody wants your rejects,
Yeah, no, and you don't want to be rejected like that, so they're not going to really go along with it. If you have people who are a bit more sophisticated, something might be done. there's also black nationalists. You can work together with them, but they're not even interested in that.
Well, I mean, the problem that these white people talk about, that they think black people represent, is a law and order problem. Because I'm sure that, even if everybody were all white, there would still be an underclass, and the underclass would be criminal. So it's a law and order problem, but but the thing is, they need so badly to feel superior for some reason that they'll think it's racial. But I think if you came from that sort of background, if your mother were an unmarried mother, then you'll probably end up with that sort of culture too.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it. I think like criminal behavior is just really difficult to analyze. So what are the causes?
And Coulter did she actually looked it up because she was going through an single mother phase, and her research reveals that 70%, and this was done in the 1990s, 70% of convicted prisoners came from, were singly parented. An unmarried mother. 70%. I mean, what more proof do you need? But people still won't talk about it because it's a sacred cow.
Well, I mean, the fact
right
that people don't have two parents taking care of them is a part of it. But the thing is, it's also a bit of a correlation causation problem, because there are also many unmarried fathers and mothers or whatever that have children that behave rather well, especially in European countries, and that are not of how would you say, minority populations. So it's difficult to say.
I think you should pay lip service to the institution of marriage, because the whole idea is that you're not supposed. I mean, that was the whole idea of marriage. You're not supposed to have sex with somebody you're not married to, and that was the whole thing. And now people have forgotten its purpose. They want to remain forgetful of its original purpose because they think they're too cool for rules or something. And they are thinking in the short term. So it's like these nationalists are such hypocrites. If they really cared about racial hygiene, they'd be thinking, oh my God, we're mostly bastards. And also, oh my God, the people that were always complaining about black people, they're mostly the product of unmarried parents. It's like, and also David Starkey, this gay historian, he actually said during the London riots, like, well, the whites have turned black, and you can still hear him say it. If you Google Guardian and David Starkey and whites have turned black. And it's because of unmarried parents, and it's over 50% now in the UK and rising.
Yeah, but I think it's just a too easy explanation. It's just a part of the story. It's not the whole story.
No, but you don't want to change. I mean, Connors, I know you don't even want to.
That's not an argument.
You are saying basically that if you're going to have children, they'll be illegitimate too because it's too much trouble. And I'm just saying it's so easy. Okay, if marriage is a bad bargain for men.
Look, I really resent the constant ad hominems, because it's not important for this conversation.
It is important because what we say is, it's like locus standi. You're going to be saying this thing because you have decided you're going to do a certain thing or not going to do a certain thing.
You're psychoanalyzing my opinions.
Yeah,
you're not treating my opinions on their merits. So instead of just engaging, okay, is this really truly the case? Is the biggest reason of all that people of minority populations commit crime, is that because of unmarried or like bad marriage rates? And I don't think that is. I think more the bad marriage rates are an effect of other social problems in these communities, because you also see them with people who have quite good marriage rates, right? Like, I mean, if you look at some ethnic communities that have, I don't know, like really good marriage rates, like Pakistanis or Moroccans or Turks in the Netherlands, they still commit like a lot of crime.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Okay, what I'm trying to
And
say.
much more than the sort of promiscuous with the
Because
children of promiscuous
probably
parents.
because they're more successful and they go in for organized crime, like the
No,
mafia. Yeah,
no,
no,
no, it's just not
why do?
true. Just look at the stats. I actually showed you this report. Like you could just like look this stuff up. I mean, it's
What do you want
just
me to look up?
across the board. So if you're just looking at crime rates and almost every sort of crime, if you look, white Europeans are not very high on the list.
You're
Chinese
probably
are
not
also not
that
very high on the list.
enterprising. I mean, this is back to my, why aren't the white working classes running the child prostitution rings? Why are they letting the Pakistanis muscle in? And it's because, that okay, you might end up being a criminal if you come from a crime family, but at
Yeah,
least
but
you'll be better
you're making two
organized.
contradictory points. You can't make two contradictory
I'm not
points at the
contradicting
same time.
myself at
Yeah,
all. I'm,
you are, because on the one hand you're saying, okay, so marriage, like a lack of marriage, increases the how would you say the criminal population, and on the other hand you say no, actually patriarchy does, because it creates more male solidarity. So you have to choose one.
I will choose, and I will explain to you my position, which is actually quite simple to grasp. Generally speaking, the the link between illegitimacy and criminality is well established, by looking at the prison statistics, like Ann Coulter did, and she discovered that 70% of convicted prisoners came from were singly parented. But also the thing about which is not to say that there are no criminals coming from, whose parents were married. And I'm saying this contingent of criminals from married parents would be crime families. And obviously, crime families would have a father figure, and the father figure would, probably, organise things a bit better than a single mum. I don't think a single mother would be able to run a crime family.
No, but on the one hand, you see communities that are very patriarchal that commit a lot of crime, and on the other hand, you see um, single kids of single parents creating a lot of crime.
Yes, but you have to distinguish between organised crime and disorganised crime. So anyway, these crime families would still be a minority, and under a system of patriarchy, they can be, well, crushed by the forces of the state, of law and order, and the police. But currently, the police are just, I don't know, tied up with red tape and not allowed to say a whole bunch of stuff, being called racist. And so I guess they just prefer, to not to get into trouble, and if they think it's safer not to deal with something, then they won't. And this crazy, political correctness thing needs to go. Because they can't even describe the race of the suspect anymore, so they can't even identify who the suspect was, whether they were
Yeah,
brown,
you mean
yellow,
like
red.
in Rochdale and Rotherham when they call them Asians instead of being a bit more precise.
It doesn't matter, it's like the brown, and I'm sure they weren't doing it because they thought they were doing it because they were Muslim. They were doing it and happened to be Muslim. That's it. That's it. And of course, there are more Muslims there than there are Hindus. So you would expect, the preponderance of that kind of crime being committed by those brown people to be Muslim. Nah, it's not even a big deal.
Well, it is a big deal
Well,
because there are
it
many
isn't
victims
if
of
you
it.
think of why these men who come from whole families would be better organised, even if it is a criminal enterprise, than white men who come from, who were brought up by their own unmarried mother and never met their fathers. They would be less organised and less able to, share information and resources, to run criminal gangs. And also, it's not just in Rochdale. Any criminal, it's like Albanian criminal gangs, Turkish criminal gangs. It's like,
Yeah.
what
Well,
about the
what about
British?
the
What's wrong with them? Why can't they even organise a criminal gang? And it's good
well,
because they're all, brought up by their unmarried single mother.
Albanians are very capable of creating crime syndicates and and crime families and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean,
the most infamous ones would be the Italians. The Italians were Catholic, they had big families, and therefore they were, these families helped them organise themselves better to run criminal enterprises.
I mean, this can be a factor, but to say that, for example, all these criminals that you have, they're all part of like sort of family enterprise. That's silly. I mean, especially if you look at the Moroccans, like most of the parents like don't have like any idea what their children are doing. And these are international criminal enterprises, and they whack each other most of the time. Um, so it's not like a lack of cohesion necessarily.
No, I'm just saying that if you grow up in a family or an extended family, which these Moroccans and Asians, they it's not just a nuclear family they have; it's an extended family. So they would more easily find each other and know each other and be able to cooperate with each other because they've known each other for a long time. While the atomized white man or white young man who's only brought up by his single mother who only plays video games and masturbates to porn isn't going to be that enterprising. Because he doesn't come from that environment. Because the point of families is that.
Yeah, but what I have a problem with is you just discount totally social attitudes towards violation of the law.
Oh, come on, there's so many gang crime, like The Sopranos, so popular. Ooh,
Yeah.
The Godfathers. It's like people love crime stories.
Yeah, they love crime stories, but they don't actually like it in real life.
Yeah, they don't like it because, it's not probably not that easy and not that fun. Having to run criminal enterprises because maybe you get to beat other people, but then you get whacked in return. But anyway, there are lots of postcodes gangs in the UK and in big cities, and this is the beginning of this thing, and obviously you want to stop it, and people talk about teenagers they have to join a gang, otherwise they'll just get beaten up, so they need a protection of the group.
Yeah, but in certain social environments, these things are much more acceptable than in others. So it's not very acceptable for even lower class white men to join a crime family, because the whole family would basically disapprove, and somebody would be an outcast. In other social environments, that's not entirely the case. The nephew is not looking down on you, your friends are not looking down on you, then it's much more easy to do these things.
Well, yeah, of course it depends on your environment, but what I'm also trying to say is that it's how society regards these things, and people seem to have different rules for these things, and that's because you don't any longer have a religion. There is no common standard of behavior.
No, this is not a religion problem, because I mean the people that commit these crimes are from very religious backgrounds often.
Are you talking about the Moroccans, or
for example, yeah.
Well, I don't know about them being very religious. I mean, they just happen to be Muslim.
They're more religious than other people. I can show you pupils about what Moroccans, how pious they are compared to the native Dutch population, and you see that even though they're much more religious, on the whole, they also commit much more crime.
Okay, so you're saying these people are, they come from whole families and they're religious. So maybe the least that your religion should be doing for you, even though you are a bunch of criminals but because it will make you more effective as criminals, is to make sure that people at least marry before they
Yeah, but
have
I
children.
think what you're trying
And
to
then you'll
do.
win over the others who don't.
Yeah, well, what you're trying to do, and that's because you're a propagandist, and I think that's sometimes your problem. So I don't even know. Do you know it's a bit more nuanced than this, or are you just like, this is just very convenient for your propaganda, and you're just like emphasizing that point?
Well, I'm saying that religion, the very least that a religion does is is to make sure that you marry before having children, and even if you are there will always be crime families and people who come from married parents who are criminals, but there's always that risk. I never said they would all be perfectly behaved and never be criminals, but if you just want to examine how many, it's like you're less likely to be a criminal if you come from married parents. And although there are some who come from criminal families, in percentage terms they are much fewer.
Yeah, but you're talking about certain demographics that commit a lot of crime. So let's just talk about the demographics, right? So you have people from, just take African Americans, for example, right? And they commit a large proportion of the crime in the United States. And they have a lot of like social problems, right? So additionally to that, they have also like a lot of problems in I don't know, like what would you say, like sexual behavior as well, with like the unmarried stuff as well. But just because you see that in the statistics doesn't mean, it's only because of the unmarriages. No, it could be sort of like a problem in that community. It could be like an additional problem in that community that's not entirely related to that unmarriedness, although it might have some effect, because you see it in these like religious pious families as well.
Well, you just make it a rule that anyone who is unmarried and has children is treated like a sex offender and is lashed 100 times. That would solve the
But then
problem.
how are you preventing Moroccan crime syndicates from operating then?
Well, one thing at a time. I'm just saying that once most people are married and know that they would be a sex offender if they have children without a marriage certificate, then we can have a look at how the Moroccans are doing.
Yeah, but I don't even see it like
You don't even want to try.
no, not even in the Italian case is that true. I mean, they had all these like great married families, and the mafia was very strong on the family, but also created a lot of crime.
Yeah, but
So
that's because it's a crime family.
yeah, but I mean, even look. You say also always, yeah, that's because it's a crime family, right?
It's the smallest unit of organization where you can expect people to be most loyal. If it's like, okay, you can have a disparate a group with disparate members who are not blood related to each other, and then you have a family. Which group do you think will operate more effectively and be more loyal to each other? It would be the family with blood kinship. And
yeah, but the problem is they create families. It's not that they are families. It's also that they create families.
well, I
It's
mean,
that
it's
they
just a risk. I mean, it's
marry
like
into other families. They're creating a parallel society.
yeah, and then a greater society, the mainstream society should be able to deal with these crime families.
Yeah, but that's also to break them up. So there is the cohesion that these families have, and that these how would you say, like I would even say sub-national identities, right? So people feel very great degree of kinship towards people who resemble them and have similar backgrounds, and I think that also makes them less likely to obey the rules of people who they don't consider their own.
Well, I mean, you can only change the law with religion, And once you change the law, people might be more honest, might not be so criminally inclined. And people are motivated by reward or fear of punishment, and obviously the only way to improve life is a political enterprise of changing the law, and talking about which laws should be changed and which should be
Yeah, but
abolished.
no, I think that's too easy. I think law is not enough. You need change of attitudes.
Yeah, but you can't change attitudes without changing law. I mean, I don't see
Um,
how you can do that. You can sort of say, "Oh, please, would you mind doing that?" And you'll say, "Is there law against this?" And I'll have to
of
say,
course,
well, no, there's no law. Well,
yeah.
I'll
No,
do it then. I have
what,
the right to do what I want. Fuck you for trying to tell me to do things the other way.
yeah.
But
No,
if
I
I say
say
there is a law, then you'd have to obey it or be punished.
right. So I would say a law definitely helps because it also conveys this moral message that you are really against something, that you're serious about something, right? So I grant that. On the other hand, I would say only a law. We have a lot of laws in the books, and even like some countries like the United States can be quite severe with their laws, but it doesn't help that much.
Well, I mean, you
Um,
have to start somewhere. So all you can say is like, it's God's law. Who is God? Well, he can help you if you're good, and he'll punish you if you're bad, whatever, whatever, whatever. And within that, it's like people do want to believe in it. They still do want to believe in it, even though most people are atheists. But really, it won't be that hard to make them believe because they already want to believe in it. If they think it's mainstream, if it profits them to express belief or even to believe, then they will. And we just have to change the culture. And the first step towards changing the culture is talking about changing it and why it should be changed and what we think the problem is.
yeah, but because we have such different interpretations of what the problem is,
I thought we were
um,
agreed. We
are
were
we
agreed that
agreed?
there is a crime problem.
Yeah, that's a crime problem, but because you seem to think that creating or like reestablishing patriarchy on a sort of broad level would help society to be less criminal. I'm not so sure if that's true.
Okay, you're saying you're not so sure, and you don't even want to try, and let's not even bother. And
No, well,
you're
I can
always,
give you a lot of examples of
this
very
negative,
no,
your negativity,
no,
because
no,
you're
no,
not
no,
sure, you don't want to do anything, and
no,
anybody who
no,
tries is
no, 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 no,
stupid.
no. I'm actually like really not sure, in the sense like I really doubt that this is the case. I'm just like
We can only
expressing myself.
try.
Yeah, but the problem is if you try, like, oh right, so what do you want to have? Like a society like Pakistan where crime is
No, I
forbidden?
don't
Have you
want to be like.
ever seen
Why
like
would I want it to be
Karachi?
Pakistan? Why do you want it to be the bad bits of Pakistan? I'm just saying, it can't be Pakistan, even if you wanted it to become Pakistan, because we're not Pakistan.
Mm. Why don't you name me one single Muslim example or a Muslim country that you think Europe would be better off if it
No,
would
I
be
don't want to
similar to
follow
that?
their shit, okay? Can you just get that? I don't want to follow any of their shit. I just think that the rules in the Quran are fair enough. It allows us to punish the people I think should be punished. And if you start punishing that, there's no need to be looking to Pakistan or anywhere. It's like,
Yeah, but then you're sounding like that autistic libertarian catboy that I was
why?
talking with
I
before.
don't, okay, I actually don't know what you're objecting. Okay, what did he say that you thought was this stupid?
Because he didn't have any real life example of a regime that would be his ideal type, and everything that was a bit in his direction, he said, "Yeah, but that's not true libertarianism."
There is no
No, no, no.
libertarian state anywhere, so that's why libertarianism is so dead dark. There's a commune in Copenhagen, isn't there? Christiana or something. Yeah, that was that
I
kind
don't
of.
know. But aren't you doing the same thing?
No, sorry. What thing are you accusing me of doing?
Well, I can't name any Islamic country because you say, yeah,
I'm not
well, but
modeling
that's very
myself on
different.
any Islamic country. I'm just saying the rules, would sound fair enough. All the things I wanted to do before I even read the Quran, I found to my surprise and delight were okay as far as the Quran was concerned. So I
Yeah,
thought,
but everywhere where Islam is implemented, you don't appreciate it because you say now, well, this is not the real Islam, or this is not the
well,
real
obviously it isn't.
society
I mean,
that I have
obviously
in mind.
the complete basket case. That's why they're treated like second class citizens and always accused of following a pedo prophet and being terrorists. So obviously they didn't do anything right. Okay, so I'm not going to follow
Yeah,
any of their
well,
shit.
but why
Okay,
would you take the laws that have created that reputation?
okay, you have to tell me specific examples of, some horrible thing that you've heard them do, and then we can examine it and look at the surrounding culture and politics and whatever that caused it. But you're just saying, in a sweeping way, these Muslims are this and that, and I'm asking to offer specific examples of the horrors Muslims do, and then we can examine the reasons why they
Well,
behave
but
like that.
you're strawmanning as you're strawmanning me. I'm just saying generally, um, nobody really wants to live in Islamic society. It's like, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
because you
just
don't want to even admit that you've made any mistake. You don't want to say that Christianity is kaput. You don't want to say
oh,
that democracy is dementia. You just think, oh, maybe if we just ignore the problem, it will all go
yeah. People
away.
are
And it's
moving
not going to
out
happen,
of the
is it?
Islamic
It's getting
world.
worse.
People are moving out of the Islamic world desperately. Any Islamic country, even fucking Albania.
They go to where the money is.
Yeah,
There
why
was
is
some
the
sort
money
of
here,
war in
not there?
Albania. I don't know the details of Albania, but everybody comes to Europe, to Northern Europe, because they know that none of the locals work. So as far as they're concerned, it's a land of milk and honey. People follow the money.
Yeah, people follow the money, but I mean, the reason why we have such a stable, beautiful, um, functional societies is not because of Islam. And actually, the people are fleeing away from it.
Okay, so wasn't Albania the victim of some, I don't know, war or something? Yugoslavia? I don't know. There's some stuff going on.
No,
I seem to remember.
Albania was an atheistic dictatorship for quite some time, but they had a Muslim society. And after that, how would you say it? Like the society is still quite Muslim in culture and stuff. They wanted to go to a place where Christianity has its roots. So, I mean, it's just I don't know. Everybody
Well,
wants
okay,
to come to us.
I know
So, I mean, it
somebody
has
who
to say
went to
something about
Albania. He
us.
had a good time. I did speak to an Albanian, and he was very nice. So I don't know you, but I know that there's been a problem in that country, and so we can't expect it to be like Singapore, right? It's not
Yeah,
fair.
but I mean, why is
Okay,
okay? But let's take two examples closer to home, closer to your old home actually, Singapore and Malaysia.
yep. What about them?
Very interesting. So Singapore, the reason why Singapore actually separated, right? It's like because Lee Kuan Yew wanted to create a secular state, right?
He
And
wanted
it
equal
wanted
rights.
equality also for the Chinese population.
Yeah, and
And the Malays didn't want that, so that's why they.
the Malays generously said, okay, you can have Singapore.
No,
Yeah,
well,
they actually
very,
gave.
very, very
They
generous, but
actually, rather than fight these people, they just said, yeah, you can have this territory of ours.
very, very not very nice of the Malaysians. But
Yeah,
you,
very
you,
very
you
generous. And
yeah, but you get my point.
have you
You
been
get my
to
point.
have you visited both these countries?
No, 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 I
Well,
haven't.
perhaps you should. Perhaps you should, because obviously the culture is very different. But the
Which
Singaporeans
society
love to
works
go to
better?
Malaysia because it's so laid back and relaxed.
Mm, not for the Chinese people there. Like it's officially Islamic State. It's officially also they have a a policy of official discrimination against the Chinese because they're overrepresented.
Well, we should widen the discussion to Indonesia too. So,
Okay,
okay,
well that's
Malaysia, the
interesting.
country where I come from, is actually an ethno-state. An ethno-state with significant minorities. And yes, it is true that the indigenous do get special discounts for they get quotas for employment, and they get quotas for universities, and they get quotas. They get a discount for buying property, and all sorts of little privileges. Does that mean they're superior to the Chinese or not? That's debatable, but anyway, they do have their Malay privileges. And my mother's view is that they should continue to have these privileges. My father disagrees with my mother, but the point is, okay, my mother's standpoint is that they'll get really angry with us if it's equal, and then they'll pogrom us and get really angry. And interestingly, in Indonesia, where they are supposed to be equal, there are more anti-Chinese pogroms than there are in Malaysia.
Well, Indonesia was a very complicated situation because there was a big communist movement, and Chinese were disproportionately involved in the communist movements.
Well, the Chinese in Indonesia don't get to keep their culture yet. They have to assimilate. They have to adopt. They have to convert to Islam and
Yeah,
adopt Indonesian names.
Yeah, and I mean it's getting quite to the point of, I don't know, like it's really trying to sink to the bottom, I would say. Like, I mean, if you just look,
sink to the bottom, there's just different problems now. It's like, it's not the end of the world living in an ethno-state. I mean,
it's not an ethno-state. I mean, not in the traditional sense that people mean that term.
Well,
I mean,
an ethno-state is a state where, a certain group get privileges over the other groups. Okay?
No, that's not an ethno-state. I've never heard that is an ethno-state. I've heard that is a state with virtually no minorities in it.
Well, even Israel have.
I don't think
that's why they
Israel's
talk
an
about.
ethno-state.
It's like, oh, the gentiles who live in Israel, they must at least adhere to the Noahide laws, and you can find this. This is a recent. Anyway, you can the ADL work condemning this rabbi who said that. He's saying about Gentiles having to at least obey Noahide laws. The point is that they don't. The Jews themselves don't even obey Noahide laws, and that is a problem.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying.
But my problem is this: like, we're talking about Malaysia, we're talking about Singapore, and Singapore, I think, in all intents and purposes, is a better society to live in than.
Okay. If you want to live in a concrete jungle, if you're not going to have a proper work-life balance, go and live in Singapore, where you can, but a lot of Singaporeans do like coming over to Malaysia.
Yeah, well, I mean, but when's the last time you've been in Malaysia?
Last year.
All right. So, did you go to Kuala Lumpur or
I didn't go to Kuala Lumpur at that time.
Well,
but I have been to Singapore recently. It's like, everything's more expensive in Singapore. Yes, I mean, things might be cleaner, but it's kind of a sterile concrete jungle. And lots of Singaporeans leave Singapore ASAP at the moment they can because they hate it so much. When they retire, they want to go to New Zealand or Australia or whatever.
Yeah, but they're probably not going to go to Jakarta to beg on the streets, right? I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, people are. Look, when I was in Jakarta, I just see some really horrible shit, man. People are fucking dirt poor there. You see the shanty towns in these countries.
I was in Java a few years ago.
Yeah, did you go to?
I didn't see any shanty towns. It was actually quite pleasant. Lots of, Java's a small island, but there's even a range of cuisine. We saw the volcano.
Oh
the
yes, you went
driving
to
of our
tourist.
driver was
You went to what? Bromo or something, or the other one, the other volcano.
Yeah, the other
Yeah,
one.
but yeah, but I mean that's like the tourist thing. Like you're like to think that is Indonesia is silly.
Well, I
That's
certainly
like the
don't think I've
tourist
seen the
route.
whole of Indonesia. I'm just telling you where I've seen. I've seen the shanty towns too. Yeah. So what? I accept that there is poverty everywhere, and in Indonesia too.
Hmm. Yeah, but there's a lot of poverty in Islamic societies, and you're always going to say like, has nothing to do with their culture, the way they organize stuff, the decisions that they made, the leadership they had.
Yeah, because
It's
it's a
all
democracy, isn't it?
well,
Indonesia is a
it wasn't
democracy.
democracy in the Middle East. Where?
It's not really a democracy. The Middle East
No,
is not a democracy.
Indonesia.
No, I thought you were talking about the Middle East. I'm
Oh
saying
no! There's no democracy in the Middle East,
that's right. There are different kinds of
and it's going
Muslims,
terrible.
of Muslim nations.
But also in the democracies in the Middle East, it's not going that well.
It's not going that well in Western democracies either.
Well, just to compare the two, to compare.
Look, come on, you know that the Western politicians are getting stupider and stupider and more corrupt and more despised. You know that.
Well, you wanted to compare that with Mubarak, who had a suit with diamonds. I think it was altogether like 100 million euros or something.
That was a while back, wasn't it? I don't know anything about his, suit of diamonds.
Yeah, but you're talking about like, what are you
And
gonna
obviously he was some
compare?
sort
Well,
of
but are you gonna
dictator to
compare?
do that
No,
sort of thing.
but are you gonna compare that with like British politicians that sometimes take accidentally like a wine and don't declare it? And I mean, like
No,
you're talking
I'm
about
actually
like
saying
different
I wanted
gradations
the
of
most.
corruption.
I'm not thinking of Egypt or whatever. I don't know enough about that. I'm just
Give me
saying.
a single Give me a single Islamic country that
I
you
don't.
say,
Look,
"Wow, that's a great
I keep
country."
telling you I don't think they're doing it properly. That's why they're nowhere. Is that okay? Can you accept
Okay,
that? I'm not saying, oh, my model for the British Caliphate is Turkey or Afghanistan or whatever. I'm just saying we can change the rules to be more in harmony with the Quran. I don't find anything in the
yeah, but
Quran
maybe
that I
we'll be
find.
more in harmony with the Middle East, and I mean that's
No, no,
not
no, it
looking too
won't
good.
because it will be governed in a different kind of political environment by different kinds of people. But I'm just saying it would have to be a one-party state.
Yeah, but the problem is this. I mean, Islam has a lot of genetic diversity. So we can talk about Chechnya, we can
I
talk
don't
about
really want to talk
Pakistan,
about these people because I don't want to be following them anyway.
but okay, honey, you have to listen to
Why do
this.
you assume that I want to follow everything that is bad about all
No,
the filthy Muslim countries that you
what if?
will be having
Okay,
in mind when I talk about these things? It's like,
okay,
oh,
so
you just want to do the worst thing of the worst Muslim country doing the worst sort of possible thing that I've
okay,
ever heard of. I mean, why do you think I want to do that?
okay. What do Indonesia, Pakistan, Chechnya, Dagestan, um, Kuwait, and Sudan have in common?
I don't know.
Islam.
So,
Do you want to live in any of these
I
societies?
haven't been there. I haven't been to Kuwait. I haven't been to Afghanistan.
This is an easy cop out, right? I mean, you can compare, like,
No,
all right, like,
again,
what you know,
you're
what you
back to,
read, and
I'm thinking of the worst Muslim countries and you're saying
no,
that
I
I
name
want to be
I name
like
across
them.
the board. I name it. I even got Kuwait into the
I
mix.
haven't been to Kuwait.
Oh, I don't
I
know,
haven't been
Iraq.
to
What do you want
Oman.
to?
I haven't
What?
been to
Okay,
Iran. I've never been to Pakistan. I've been to
all right.
Turkey. It's all right.
Yeah. Turkey's all right. So you want to be Okay, so Turkey might be one of the best examples of a society that's
Well, actually,
relatively
I happen to
functioning. That
remember
is,
going on holiday there, and I was just wandering around this seaside town, and I was face to face with pornographic magazines, just on this sort of roundy thing, right outside the shop, not even inside the shop, not on the top shelf, but just porno mags, just on this sort of stand thing.
I don't know
When
if
people
the
had
porno
porno.
mags are like a particularly good example.
Yeah,
So
but Turkey is a secular state, isn't it?
yeah, well, there
It's
we
a bit
go. I mean,
messed up in the head about what its national identity is, and I believe Erdogan wants it to be more Islamic because he wants the women to have more children.
you think that Turkey would be better off less or more secular?
I don't know. It's for Turks to decide. It's for, I don't know.
But you're talking about, oh, this Quran, this gives me so much inspiration to derive laws from. But every example, even Turkey, which has rather muddled relationship with Islam, since
It's not a good
the
example, is
Ataturk
it?
revolution, even that country, you say like, oh no, 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 that's not a recommendation to go more in that direction. And it's just like, all right, so can you
Look, I don't. You don't even know what laws you're talking about. Okay, we can talk about one country that sounded like it was doing okay, and that was Libya. But then the West couldn't bear for Gaddafi to
oh
be
God.
okay. No, he was governing Libya not using democracy, and that was intolerable to the Western powers, and therefore he had to be removed and murdered horribly. So,
Well,
so maybe,
to talk about
if the Western
Libya.
powers will just cease and desist from imposing regime change on anyone they don't like the sound of, we might have a way of knowing how different Muslim countries might turn out to be, if they're not force fed democracy.
Well, there've been plenty of Islamic societies that haven't been force-fed democracy. So, I mean, you can
Which
choose
ones?
any of them.
Okay, well, let's talk. Are you going to
Saudi
say
Arabia,
Iran? Well, but they're being sanctioned
Iran.
nearly to death by the Western powers. You're going about talking about Afghanistan. It's been invaded by the Americans, and before that by the Soviets. So you should expect them to be a bit of a basket case country. Anything else?
Well, what about Pakistan? Was Pakistan ever?
It's Pakistan operates a democracy. They've got Imran Khan now. He sounds, well, quite a charming fellow. So,
Yeah.
so maybe there's a bit more hope, but he should
What do
just.
you mean? Like provinces that want to secede, um, eating grass while having nuclear bombs? Like, what do you mean? Like all the crime in Karachi?
I really don't know. I haven't been there. I've heard it's very beautiful in certain parts, but I haven't been
Well,
there, and I understand it's quite
except that
poor.
you'll probably be
But I
beheaded
don't
in many
intend
of the
to be
provinces.
following whatever Pakistan is doing wrong.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't say of any regime and say they're doing it right, except for Libya. And Libya is a very problematic case also for you, because they had the so-called, like, what was it, like Jumahariya, these so-called like democratic councils. So I mean, he was paying lip service to democracy for sure, ever since he took over power. But to be honest, I mean, that regime was corrupt as fuck. He was supporting his own tribes. That's why the people in Benghazi revolted. It was a clientelist state with oil patronage.
Okay, fine. Okay,
Not
so it didn't
nothing,
work for
nothing but a
Gaddafi. So
desert.
it didn't
Nothing
work
but a
for
desert if
Gaddafi.
it weren't
And
for his resources.
okay, so obviously, the things that the Muslims can't quite get right is the fact that they have all their tribalisms, and tribalism is a very attractive way to organize yourself because at least you know who is a tribe is a small group, and you always feel that you know the person that you're dealing with, and that is a fraction of tribalism, isn't it?
Yeah, well, but Islam is not very good at eliminating tribalism. I
Yeah,
mean, you can.
and maybe it should be better, and
Yeah,
perhaps
but
if the
maybe you should
West
take
were to
another
adopt
religion.
Islam, it might do a bit better because it doesn't have the pre-existing tribal problems to deal with, because Westerners don't think of themselves in tribal terms.
Yeah, but if you look at most Islamic societies, if you go to Pakistan, Somalia, Libya, ethnically very different countries, but a lot of tribal issues.
Yeah, and the problem is because they haven't actually addressed the problem of tribalism yet. So,
But isn't a good conclusion that Islam is at least not very successful at addressing that particular issue?
well, I imagine the reason why people remain in tribes is because the arm of the state is not quite large enough to break it all up. If a society is pre-industrial, for example, then it would be quite hard to break up the tribal system.
Yeah, well, then
And,
the
and, and
question is,
obviously it becomes easier if you industrialize, and then you get all the people from the country to go to the city. They lose their identity in the city. They don't think of themselves as members of a tribe anymore, and then they'll become more easy to control. But the whole idea of Islam is to actually do away with the tribal system.
I disagree. I really disagree. For example, doesn't the caliph, according to most Sunni Muslims, still have to be a member of the Quraysh tribe?
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, it can't possibly be done, because if any other country wanted a caliph, then, it's like, well, he can't be a member of the Quraysh tribe, can he? As far as I understand it, a caliph would be a ruler of an Islamic state, and he would rule according to Islamic principles. So, unlike a sultan who's only a king that happens to be Muslim, a caliph would be, ruling as a Muslim ruler, governing under Islamic principles, like the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, well, there are multiple claimants now. The king of Jordan claims to be a descendant of the Hashem. It's like the family of Muhammad. Who else was it? Well, in Iraq, they had a ruler for some time who also claimed that, and even Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi famously claimed that he was from the tribe of Quraysh.
Oh, okay, but I mean, that's kind of a problem. For if they're going to, fight about it, then let them. But obviously, the best person should become the leader, not because of this sort of inheritance nonsense. I mean, the story of Muhammad is quite interesting in that he didn't have a single son. So obviously, it's not going to be some sort of kingship where the next caliph would be his son, and it certainly wasn't that for Moses, because it didn't happen that way, did it? For Moses, his son did not inherit Moses, his leadership role.
Yeah, well, the only people who actually rejected any sort of retracing to the family or the tribe of Muhammad were the Harajites. You know who the Harajites were?
They were the aggressive ones who are, I don't know.
Oh,
the really fighty ones.
Yeah, there were also Koranic. You know that? They were Koranist.
Oh, well, these things don't apply to secular Koranism. It's like these people are far away, and the whole idea is to follow the book, from scratch.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, there's this the historian, the Arab historian Tabari. He's also a religious scholar. Ever heard of him?
I think you mentioned him in the last few days.
Yeah, so Al-Tabari wrote about the Harajites as well, and he wrote about the fact that they didn't stone and that was like really unique because they were Koranists, right? So I mean, you have a very similar position, right?
Well, you better finish your story before I decide whether I'm for them or not. I don't think I
Well,
will be
like
somehow.
at least doctrinary. Like, I mean, like you say all this hadithic shit and stuff like that, right?
Okay, tell me about these people then. And get to your point.
Yeah. So also when Ali, the son of Muhammad, when he
It wasn't his son, was he? It was It was just.
sorry, yes, fuck, was it nephew? God,
Oh, anyway, he wasn't the son of Muhammad.
no. Well, he had a kid with Fatima, right? He had one son. Didn't he have one son?
None of
No.
his sons survived. He only had daughters, I think.
Uh, Aisha, wait. No, it's the sorry. Adopted. I have to look this up.
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
Well,
I'm
okay.
just
I
getting
just remember
tired.
somebody saying Muhammad had not a single son, and so
Yes.
the system of Islamic rule is not kingship.
No, well, in the Shia tradition, it is. What is he, like a nephew? No, no, no. It's a nephew. He took it and he married his daughter Fatima. Yeah, I think that was it. Nephew, and he married Muhammad's daughter Fatima. So after Muhammad died, there was this problem of succession. So first Abu Bakr, he was the first caliph or successor, and then you got I think Uthman and no, Omar, and then Uthman. I think I think Uthman was killed by the Kharijites as well, and what was it? Yeah. So Ali makes this compromise with with uh, um, the new Umayyad ruler. Was fucking. God, I'm not getting very
Okay,
tired.
I'm just going to mention, in case anybody's listening, is that the children of Muhammad include the 3 sons and 4 daughters born to Muhammad, but all of Muhammad's children except Fatima.
Yeah, but
Okay, yeah,
Fatima
yeah.
married
All the
Ali,
sons
right?
died in childhood, basically.
Yeah. So, but Fatima married Ali, I think, and Ali was sort of like also like an adopted son or something,
But Ali
and
bin
also
Abi ibn
yeah,
Abi Talib,
yeah, that one, yeah.
cousin and
So
son-in-law of the Islamic Prophet Muhammad.
so look, this is like big split after Muawiyah, who's like in Syria and has taken the power in Damascus, and he's fighting a war against Ali, right? And Ali makes a compromise, and the Kharijites don't like that, and they kill him. They kill him for it, and they're very explicit. Like they think that any sort of right, pious Muslim can take power, and they don't have to be a descendant of the Prophet. And they're really staunch Quranists. So don't you think you're very similar to them? Like,
But I'm actually saying that it should be a one-party theocracy, and the party system should be run more or less along the same lines as the Chinese Communist Party, which I think is basically quite well organized. Apart from the fact that but I would want a court for. I would want the party to be subject to judicial review when they expel members, so that the rights of party members are protected, so they can criticise the leadership without, being kicked out of the only party in the land.
yeah, but don't you think it's a difficult sell to Muslims? I mean, that
I'm not
if you
trying to
say
sell
to
to Muslims. I'm just selling the secular Koranism to the Western political establishment. I'm not asking for the permission of the Muslims. They don't have to approve my idea. That the Western establishment, when they want to get something through, they don't ask for the permission of the Muslims, do they?
Well, I think that's actually a good question. They might,
They didn't ask
especially
for
if
it for gay marriage and, transgenderism and stuff like that. Because
yeah,
the Muslims are up in arms
but
about it, and so are the
we
Jews.
have a growing Muslim demographic, and there's a lot of pandering going on already. So with a more substantial Muslim population, the situation might be very similar as in India.
What's happening in India?
No, in India, Muslims pretty much have their own legal system, pretty much have their own
I thought
sort
they were
of.
complaining about being persecuted by the BJP.
Yeah, well, they are persecuted by the BAP, but the Congress Party has been pandering to them for quite some time, and that means they still have a lot of independent rules, and they govern themselves very differently from Hindus.
Okay.
So I think it's not unlikely that like this Muslim sort of influence will push politicians to I don't know, like make certain changes. But you need that support because otherwise, I don't know, they're not just going to listen to one woman's voice.
No, well,
Because you're not.
I envisage the whole thing happening is that the political establishment think, oh, what a good idea, we'll adopt it, and that's it. I mean, it's off my shoulders. I can be consulted if they want to ask me, what happens under this situation, that situation, whatever. The Muslims don't need to be consulted, but I'm sure they'll be delighted to learn that their book is being followed. Even if they might disagree with some aspects of interpretation, but I think you already know that the Muslims in the UK are not exactly of one mind because they too have been divided into tribes and nations and they don't often agree with each other if they don't come from the same village.
I think you'll have a more difficult sell because Muslims that don't follow sort of the orthodoxy, especially if you're talking about Sunni Muslims who are the majority, if you're going to say, I'm rejecting the hadiths, I don't want like an Islamic system. I want a system like the Kharijites. And the Kharijites are hated, like universally hated, even by Osama bin Laden. Yeah, call him a terrorist, they
Okay,
think
what's
that's
the
okay.
worst thing
Call
the
him a Kharijite
Kharijites
and he
did?
fucking hates it.
What's the worst thing the Kharijites did? That you're going to
Well,
accuse me of wanting to do now?
like I don't particularly care about the Kharijites,
Okay,
but
I
I'm
mean, what
just
did they
saying.
do that was the worst thing?
Oh, they did political assassinations and they
Okay,
had
well, I'm not gonna.
insurrections.
I'm certainly not gonna. Say I'm gonna do that.
No,
Anything
no, no. But I'm
else?
just saying it's a difficult sell to Muslims because
I'm
Muslims will
just
think
saying
like,
I don't give a damn
you
what
have
they're gonna say.
this
Yeah, no,
this
no. It's like
Kharijite,
fucking permission.
Kharijite
I'm not
woman.
asking their permission, am I? I don't need to ask their permission. And even okay,
But don't you think you need the support? I think
no,
it's
no,
rather
no.
naive to think
No,
that you're just like
no,
going to
no, no. I
convince
don't need their
somebody in the
support.
elite, and it's like, all right.
No, no. The elite will either say, maybe we do have a bastard and slut problem, and maybe lashing them in public 100 times per bastard is going to stop them doing it, and they'll do it. They won't be saying, oh, dear, is it all right with you Muslims if we do it this way? Do we have your permission to adopt your Quran? No, I don't think they'd be so completely stupid. They'd either think, great, we're going to do it this way, and probably the Muslims will support us. And I think, you know,
Difficult
I mean,
sell.
the
I
Muslims might
think
say, oh,
you're
we don't quite
yeah.
agree with you about this. Like, well, it's too bad. If you were so damn clever, you wouldn't be living here. We'd be, clambering over ourselves to go and live in your country. But you live in the West now, and you'll just have to, accept things the way they are. And we're already adopting your holy book, so, is that not enough for you? You want, everything completely to be done your way? I mean, they're not, they won't be consulted at that, and they couldn't stop us anyway. They could stop the government if they wanted to.
No, if you ask, for example, to Sunni Muslims if they want to be Ahmadiyas, uh,
Well, I wouldn't do a
I
stupid thing
mean,
like that because they think Ahmadiyas are
Ahmadiyas
heretics.
are more heavily persecuted than Christians in the Middle
Yeah,
East.
they hate the Ahmadiyas.
Yeah.
Because they are the Muslims who have done a deal with the British.
Yeah, I don't think that's the reason why they hate them. I think
Well,
it's a
I've
theolo-
actually been told that in no uncertain terms by somebody who is Muslim and,
Okay.
thinks they're traitors.
Yeah, but
And they have a
look,
caliph. The Ahmadiyas have a caliph, and he
yeah,
lives
I
somewhere in
know.
Newton or something. But anyway, he's the only one
Yeah.
allowed to have a caliph under the British, and nobody else is allowed to have a caliph.
Okay. Listen, the caliph that the Ahmadiyas have is not like a caliph, normal caliph. He's a new prophet, a living one. That's why Muslims
Yeah,
have
they
an
have a
issue with
radio
it.
station too, in case you're interested.
Huh?
They have a radio station.
Oh yeah. I mean they're present everywhere, and they're quite an effective lobby group as well. But other
They're
Muslims.
government-approved Muslims, basically.
Oh, other Muslims, they're not even welcome in Mecca, and that's not because of the trading deal. And the reason why they're also why they were declared non-Muslim in Pakistan, for example, there was no reference to any British corporation. It had to do with theological issues.
Yeah, because they say the Ahmadiyas say that their prophet is the last prophet, and that they get round this cleverly by saying our prophet is really will appear as Christ. So Christ is prior to Muhammad, but anyway, the Ahmadiyas cleverly say but our prophet, even though he is after Muhammad, and Muhammad is the only is supposed to be the last prophet, but he'll come back as Christ. So cleverly they got round this restriction of not acknowledge of having to say that Muhammad is the last prophet, but by doing this sort of science fiction-y thing.
Yeah, but isn't your sort of like way of interpreting Islam not quite, but almost just as bad, because you reject the hadithic traditions of the Sunnah. That's very important for the majority of Muslims.
Well,
so they won't go along with you.
Well, it's too bad.
Yeah, but this is the problem.
Like then,
but
you think they're still a minority.
Yeah, but you think that Karl Marx could have had his ideas implemented without a restless revolutionary movement, an alienated population that was in favor of these ideas. Like people just don't get their ideas adopted in a vacuum. You need supporters. You need a base.
I just need the establishment.
No, because this is your mistake. The establishment alone can only wants to implement it if they see some benefits towards it, and these can't only be ideological. You also have to think about do they want to? I don't know. They need to be able to expand their power base if they adopt your ideas, and I'm not so sure
who can.
They have any incentive.
The incentives are already, just better government for the nation.
That's not an
restoration
incentive.
of the patriarchy, lower taxes, politicians would be held in better regard because they will be governing better. And also the minority I particularly want, whose support I particularly think is crucial, is not the Muslims, it's the Jews.
Jews are a very, very small minority in Britain.
Yeah, but at least people listen to them. Even as people think, complain about them, they kind of sort of acknowledge that Jews are cleverer.
Well, if you have just an isolated, very small minority that's going to talk about how we should implement Islamic law or a secular Koranism, I just don't think...
Okay, I'll explain to you the bargain that I will be making. So this is all tied up to with Greater Israel, and I'm saying that little Israel, as it is now, that wants to expand, can only do so under Sharia. And anyway, Israel, of all the nations in the world, should be a theocracy, and it's not. So the only way it can change its current trajectory for becoming ever smaller is to say, okay, we will be a theocracy, and it won't be a Torah theocracy because modern Jews are so degenerate now they couldn't even deal with all the restrictions. So it would have to be a Quran-based theocracy. The lightest form of it would be secular Koranism, and so at least it would be Quran-based.
Yeah, well, that basically means giving up the Jewish state,
No,
the
it
Jewish
wouldn't be
identity.
expanding until it becomes Greater
No,
Israel.
yeah, well, expanding until it becomes unsustainable.
No, it will expand to the borders that have been defined by the Torah.
Yeah, well, and that's a problem because in that reality, they are a minority in that country.
Yeah, therefore it would have to be governed as under civic nationalism, and the Quran is civic nationalist.
Yeah, but you also have just the majority of the population against you who would be Muslim
Well,
and who don't want to live in that state.
well,
I mean, it just doesn't make any
I'm
sense.
assuming it will be a peaceful one. It would have to be negotiated because obviously Israel is not going to be bombing all the countries that it wants to take over. So the only way it can do so peacefully is to start adopting secular Koranism, and then be seen to prosper, and that would make it more likely for the Arab Muslims around them to say, "Hey, we want to be part of the Greater Israel Project because you seem to be doing so well, even better than our current leaders, and we don't mind being under Greater Israel if we think that your government will govern us better and give us lower taxes and more better schools, better hospitals, blah blah
Yeah,
blah."
but you don't. You said that. I mean, you admitted that you don't really care that much about it, or people don't care much about it. If you say that the West is more far gone than the Muslim world,
Sorry,
so
care much about what?
I mean, you don't care about the sort of the way the state operates in a sort of functional way, because I mean, you said like, all right, it's better to be sort of like in an Islamic country than to be in Europe, right?
Well, it depends on how it is. I mean, how if it's obviously better than Europe. I mean, we don't know. I mean, Europe might become a basket case, and then we might all
Yeah,
want to
but
become
no, but
economic
people,
migrants
yeah,
going
but
to
people are
Israel.
not gonna say, oh, um, this country has lower taxes. This country is efficient. Let me give up my identity. That's not what people. That's not even what Muslims in the West do. They don't
Well,
give up
they
their
wouldn't be giving
identity.
up their identity, would they? I mean, it would be a kind of like the EU. I mean, collectively, these different formerly warring European nations joined the EEC, which became the EEC, which became the EU, and it's still working. After 50 years, for the remainers.
Somewhat, but I think a much more comparable scenario are Rwanda and Lebanon.
Well, you're always a pessimist, saying, well, something could go wrong. But I'm saying, it's like these people also they believe in God, and so they think that there's something significant about the Greater Israel Project, and that somehow there will be peace in the Middle East, and
But you're talking like a religious fanatic,
no,
Claire.
not
Like
really.
really?
I'm just saying, if people accept the bargain, if Israel
But they
became
won't.
a theocracy, okay, then it's then nothing will happen. So Israel is going to continue to be an American protectorate. America will continue to be hated by everyone because nobody's happy with their liberal democracy anyway. Not even people in the West.
Many people in the West are happy with their liberal democracy. They want changes, but they don't want changes to the extent that you want them. They're not against liberal democracy per se. They're against the more oligarchic elements in the regime and how would you say the sort of the post-60s consensus, I would say. But they're not
I think that
fundamentally
against,
against liberal
I think they
democracy.
probably had enough of Globo Homo. Did you pay any attention, or what was the Rome conference of Yoram Hazoni reported in anything you read in media, in the media?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, but even that, I mean, I don't think Hazoni is actually counter-signaling liberal democracy at all.
Well, he's being so very careful. You know about Rabbi Kahane, don't you? He was an acolyte of the late assassinated Rabbi Kahane, who was, who basically said Israel should be a theocracy.
Yeah, but most people in Israel don't even want to be a theocracy.
I know, but so Hazoni has to
So
be very
you're yeah.
careful. I mean,
No, but
he did
Hazoni.
actually talk about biblical values. He did on this conference. I listened out quite carefully. So and he has 9 children, so we kind of get the idea
Yeah,
of
but
what kind of man he
you're
is.
reading into him things that he hasn't said.
Well, he did say something about redrawing the borders and taking into account the identitarian aspirations of something to do with the Sykes-Picot agreement. So I haven't read the book. I don't really know in detail what he's saying, but he is kind of listen to his speech. It's yeah.
No, I'm sure it's all fascinating, but what you're proposing is a minority that is an elite ruling over a majority.
You're deliberate. I don't expect the Muslims to do it. I'm saying you can introduce secular Koranism, no problem, into the English legal system just by giving the judiciary a course.
Yeah, I just said like there's no political incentive to actually go that route.
Okay, well, not at the moment.
There,
I
there, there
guess
might
things have
be
to get worse.
an ideological incentive for you or for somebody else. But even if they're convinced of your views, they have to get the other politicians with them, and they also have to get a voting base or some kind of power base at least
Yeah.
to make sure that will
Okay.
happen.
Okay, I'm just saying, there's no point, asking the people first. First, but the political classes have to agree to do it, and then they decide to do it, and work out how to do it. Obviously, they have to control the media, and once they control the media, then everything is we'll just start and finish.
Yeah, I think that's really, really simplistic, and you're like I think here this whole idea of this greater Israel thing, right? Like Jews ruling as a minority over Muslims under secular Koranism, which is also a bit of contradictory. But anyway, even if you think that, I mean, how long are they able to sustain it? I mean, you can see in the Middle East all these sort of minority rules are really unstable. Even Bahrain, that is arguably most stable of like the minority rule regimes in the Middle East, is crumbling, and they needed Saudi help. But I can give you lots of examples of how this ends up in bloodshed,
Okay,
and not a lot
I
of
don't know
examples how it
anything about
doesn't.
Bahrain. What happened in Bahrain?
Well, in Bahrain, the ruling the ruling emir is a Sunni, and also the regime is supported by Sunnis, but the majorities are Shiites. And so when the revolt, the Arab Spring happened, there were also lots of protests in Bahrain, and the Saudis actually got military equipment in. They even got like big jeeps. I'm not so sure about tanks, but like really strong military equipment to really squash that rebellion. And that's the best case scenario, because I mean, if you're looking at Iraq, I mean that's
Okay, I don't think that this sort of thing is going to happen in the UK. The
but
Shias and
why not? It happens everywhere. So
the
I can
point
take
is that
non-Muslim countries as examples as well. Rwanda, what happened to the fucking Tutsis?
well, of course, people are going to fight each other about their ancestral hatreds, but I'm saying that Muslims, the Sunnis and Shias. I mean, is it mentioned in the Quran at all? The Shia actually means sect. So that they were never supposed to have become a separate sect
No,
of
well,
Islam.
no,
So they're all wrong, and
yeah, but
yeah,
no,
and okay,
it means party.
why
It
did
means
Iran
party, not sect.
become Shia? It was just to be different from the Turks, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, you don't know the detail of.
Well, it was about 1500, and was it? there was a Shiite ruler. Although in that area and Khorasan area as well, I mean, there have been a lot of Shiites ruling for a very long time, like as emirs. But officially, Iran was like went fully Shiite under God, I forgot his name, Jesus Christ. But anyway, it was like 1500s,
Shah
roughly
Abbas?
1500. Yeah, Shah Abbas, that's it. And they never returned to any Sunni rules. So I mean, this was more of like a religious movement, religious choice, and it didn't have much to do with the Ottomans. And even the Ottomans were, I mean, they were in power, but I think their animosity grew because of their sectarian and civilizational differences.
Yeah, because they were a different group of people with different languages. I mean, they were kind of non-Arab Muslims. So the Turks would be speaking Turkish and the Persians would be speaking Persian, and they kind of didn't
Mm.
want to. Okay, so they did this thing, and obviously it's been harmful to the group solidarity of Muslims. You know, it's like the whole idea of Islam is to eliminate amoral tribalism, and the whole idea of doing that is so that tribes can unite, put their differences aside, and become a nation, and the nation can go on to become an empire, and that is the whole idea of unity and advancement and becoming an ever greater nation and empire. And obviously that's going to fall apart if you allow your different tribes to be fighting each other.
Yeah, but okay, maybe in Shia Islam, I can see how sort of dedicated religious dedication can lead to unity, but in the Sunni example, that becomes a problem, and it's always been a problem, because the Sunnis care not about, I mean, because Shia care about the leader and the charisma of the leader. They care about the imams, and it's all like, how would you say, it's a system of sort of like, it has a lot to do with like dedication to people that know a lot, right? That are sort of like the authority, and Shiites often gravitate to sort of one authority or another. Either it's Iran and Ayatollah Khomeini, or now it's like in Iraq, Ayatollah Sistani. But in the case of the Shia of the Sunnis, they have uh, different schools of law, right? Like, I
Yeah,
mean, the
the
four,
Shia are more innovative. They're the ones with the
yeah.
temporary marriage thingy, right?
Yeah. I thought there are also some Sunni examples, because I mean, this is the problem with the Sharia. If you're gonna implement the Sharia, which one are you gonna implement?
Well,
Are you
well,
gonna implement Maliki law? Are you gonna
no,
implement
I'm not going
Hanafi
to do
law?
any of that. It'll be Kavian law. It'll be, it's like what should happen really is that whichever country adopts secular Koranism, they'll have their own version. They'll be interpreting it in their own way, and I would have no way of controlling it. All I can say is that I think a certain verse ought to be interpreted in this particular way, but obviously, which interpretation prevails will be decided by circumstances and whoever
Yeah,
prevails. So the French one, if the French were to adopt the secular Koranism, they'll be doing it in a different way, and the Italians, the Irish, whatever. So you can imagine that everybody will do it slightly differently, perhaps just to show off their individuality, and maybe on certain aspects they'll all be agreed on something. So we don't know.
yeah, but this is the problem. So okay, so within these schools of law, um, people also fought each other, right? So which is going to be the ruling law?
It'll
Is it
be
going to
the.
be is it going to be
I'm not going to be
Hanafi?
following any of the other ones.
Yeah, but here comes my problems. Like, I mean, even there you have some problems, but at least the Sunnis have agreed that these are the officially sanctioned schools that Muslims can follow. Your law, on the other hand, is heretical.
Well, they can say whatever they like. I would be. It would be up to the British political establishment to decide to adopt it, and if they did adopt it, then I guess that will, the idea will get the backing of the judiciary and all the important institutions of state to make sure that the British school of Sharia will be the one that prevails, and and that they might listen to the other schools of Sharia if they think it works for them, but otherwise it will all be decided by
But
a British person.
are you not just a bit like Jen in this regard? Like, you think really that an Asian woman of
Okay, you're saying they won't listen to me, but I think if they do want to restore the patriarchy, they will have to use an idea like mine, if they want to do it effectively. So, I mean, obviously they might say, well, we won't adopt your interpretation on this, that, and the other. But
weren't we talking about the old right about political feasibility? And even we're talking about Hizb-ut Tahrir, and you said like, oh yeah, they're living in a fantasy land. Well, like what I'm hearing from you that you're living in a fantasy land.
We're just
Like,
talking
you're
about
always
things
talking
in
about the
theory,
best case
We're just talking about things in theory. It would be terrible if I said, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, as the English say. I'm just saying, this is how I intend it to work. I don't know if it will ever happen, but if it were adopted, then obviously I'll do my best to see that my interpretation prevails, and I will, argue for it. And that's all I can say.
Objectively, how likely is that?
Well, it
If you give
depends.
me like a percentage from like 100
I'm
to
not
0.
going to predict anything of that nature. We live in very volatile times. If there were a financial collapse or something, I mean, what you could be asking me is like, why would the British want to do something like that? And I would be saying, well, potentially, they could love the idea of being able to default on their debts, because the government is up to its ear, over its head in debt, and so individual taxpayers.
Yeah,
So
but
I
that's
offer
just
them the opportunity of
yeah,
defaulting
okay,
on their
but
debt.
yeah, but you're just bribing people, and
Of
any
course.
political ideology can do that.
Well, I'm just saying how they can be bribed. I think it's perfectly possible under my rabbi-only essay writing competition about why secular Koranism is Noahide compliant, and with Muslim businessmen paying the prize money, you'll get enough rabbis to say, yeah, secular Koranism is kosher. And we'll adopt it, and we'll do our best to get Israel to adopt it in order for us to fulfill our, divine destiny of being light unto the nations, which is to make Israel a theocracy and make Israel great again under secular Koranism.
Yeah, and make Israel great again with a majority of Muslims in the state, Jews probably ruling over them, because you said like that was their task and being a light on the nations, but then giving up Judaism like in the end, or like, giving up their safety, because I mean they will be a demographic minority, and that's not
Well,
very
okay,
stable.
they don't have to, obviously they're not going to become Greater Israel overnight. What I'm saying is that they're going to be adopting, if they were to adopt secular Koranism, they'll be doing it under their, within their current boundaries. And if it works, and if they prosper, then it's easier to say, we've done so well out of it. Would you like to join us in our Greater Israel project? Would you like to? Oh, please. And then the Arabs might think, you seem to have done all right. Perhaps we can both jointly do all right together and put our differences aside. Who knows?
And become Muslims. You're asking
No,
Jews to
no, no, no.
become
Nobody
Muslims
has to
over
become
time.
anything.
No, but
They
you're
just have to
asking.
agree to live under that legal system.
Yeah, but you have told me, NOV, multiple times that the goal of secular Quranism, or well, it eventual outcome will be that people become Muslims over time. I mean, Jews will be smart enough to recognize this, that this is the logic of the system. There'll be a minority in a state that will eventually favor Muslims, which will mean the destruction of their identity.
Well, they might decide to take a risk anyway. Who knows? But the point is that the secular Quranism accommodates atheists to polytheists. So and chapter 2, verse 256 will be trotted out again. It will be the most important verse. If you talk to Muslims, say never, ever mention that verse. It'll be something else, some other punishment. But I think that is the verse that Thomas Jefferson remembered when he wrote.
Yeah, I saw the meme. Yeah.
And this would be, you know, the distinctive trait of secular Koranism, in that it will keep going back to freedom of belief and how that verse guarantees it for everyone. So nobody will be forced into any other religion, and so what's wrong with that? So Jews can still be Jews, Christians can still be Christians, and you know, any Hindus can do whatever, you know, within the law.
Yeah, best case scenario, Claire.
Yeah. Obviously, I have to emphasize the best case scenario because you're always emphasizing the worst case scenario.
No, I'm also saying any intermediate scenario is also not going to be very, not very pleasant.
Well, it will be inconvenient. I mean, people will feel frightened, and you know, they might get a little
civil wars, a lot of civil wars.
Look, I have never proposed that it be acquired by war. I'm saying it can only work. The Greater Israel Project is, in theory, possible to succeed on its own, you know, without violence. You know, if the pilot scheme is tried out in Israel within its current borders, it works a treat, and then it can just, you know, invite its neighbours. Would you like to be part of it? And it's a divine destiny. Look at the Torah. Even the Quran acknowledges.
Well, this is what happens.
I mean, it's chapter 70, verse 104, and it does say, I mean, the Quran is a Zionist book.
But this happened to the Lebanese. The Lebanese were too greedy, because they, of course, the French carved Lebanon out to be a
I'm afraid you have to explain the history about the war. I don't know anything about that.
All right. So, I mean, the French carved Lebanon out to be a majority Christian state. The Christians were too greedy, and they got too much territory, which actually meant that the ratio between Muslims and Christians was actually in their disadvantage, and that's in the 70s led to a horrible war. A horrible civil war between Muslims and Christians. Israel even intervened. That's where a lot of the problems come from.
And who won this Christian-Muslim war?
Well, I think it was a bit of a stalemate. I thought the Muslims won some kind of power, and then the Sunnis and the Shiites began to hate each other as well. And then, I mean, the Christians, different Christians decided to back different coalitions. But they have this weird multicultural system where the president always has to be a Christian, and the prime minister always has to be a Sunni, and the speaker of parliament always has to be a Shiite. Not ideal, I would say.
They should have the one-party state system. The Chinese do. Do you know how it works? They have the I think they have the Central Committee, which is, you know, quite the middle-ranking people, and then they have the Politburo, and then the Politburo Standing Committee. The Politburo, I think, has 27 members, and the Politburo Standing Committee has about 9 members. And out of this small elite group, the next is it president or prime minister is chosen, and I think how they choose themselves is probably very similar to the papal conclave rules.
Yeah, but the problem is you're talking about China, which is a society that is very homogeneous. And if we're talking about different ethnic groups, different religious groups that have a feeling of not being accurately represented in politics, then you have a recipe of disaster. And I mean, if we're looking at your Greater Israel proposal, it looks very much like a Lebanon issue, much more than does like a China issue.
Done like that. I mean, I think what people hate is the divisive representative the system of representative democracy. So if you have just one person, who is the supreme leader, then they'll just have to trust that person, and then everybody else can make representations to him, and as long as he deals with their grievances and their problems reasonably well, he should be okay. It's only when other people think that the system is rigged and that they'll always lose that's when violence starts. It's like, obviously I'm not going to be winning under the current rules, so I have to make my point by committing some act of terrorism, which is kind of what's happening. All these, the fear of these white nationalists, they call them white supremacists, terrorists, or whatever. But that's why they're going on gun rampages, because they know that the system is rigged, and the only way to make a point is it seems to do this, is to commit an act of terrorism.
Terrorism often has to do with political exclusion.
Yeah.
But you have to also understand that some ideologies can run so wild that they can't be really represented by definition. So it's
what do you mean?
If you want to be Charles Manson, it's rather difficult to be represented. Nobody's gonna fucking do it. Nobody's gonna fucking do it.
Okay, well, obviously they shouldn't be doing it. I don't know what his manifesto was. I think he wanted to start a race war, didn't he?
Yeah, but people that have such wild ideas that, there's not a single person that would run for parliament who could get elected with their ideas.
Why are you talking about Charles Manson like he was some kind of, somebody who should be considered when he's in fact criminally insane?
Yeah, but Ego Dick wasn't very far from Charles Manson. And
all he said was that women get raped in war.
No, it's not. Well, anyway, I'll take a different example. What about people like Vic Mackey or Patrick Bateman?
Were they talking about raping and pillaging their way to victory?
Oh, definitely that as well.
Okay, well, it's like, this is going to happen when law and order breaks down. There will be people...
No. That's not my point. They say they want to do that. They want a system, or they want something where they can do that. But they isolate themselves by definition because nobody wants to have that fucking platform. So terrorism results from exclusion, but the exclusion results from the sort of the specificity of the ideology in question and the sort of the wackiness and the total non-practical nature of it.
Okay, but I don't think Patrick Bateman are going to be in any danger of taking over the government. People have their violent fantasies.
Yeah, but people like that will commit terrorist attacks,
Yes, of course you will get the occasional wacko who will do these things, but what is so worrying at the moment is that there seem to be increasingly more and more of them, and it's not just in one country. Thailand was the victim of such a thing, and I think this idea of running amok is probably a consequence of beta males feeling that the system is rigged against them.
They have that perception. I don't always think that perception has to conform to reality in order to be a problem.
Yeah, they could get it into their minds that they have some grievance against society. You hear about that in China. The way they do it in China is to drive their car into school children. So somehow I think it's probably sexual frustration for these men who know that they will never find a wife and never have children, which is why they drive their cars into school children.
I don't know if it's all about the wife and the children.
We never know because they usually die afterwards, or they get shot or something, don't they?
Yeah, they want to go out in the blaze of glory. It's not just trying to change society in a more sort of pragmatic way.
No. I mean, okay, we're assuming that the balance of their mind has been upset. Did you ever see a film called Falling Down with Michael Douglas? Did you hear or have you heard of it?
I've heard of it vaguely. Maybe you told me before, but please elaborate if I forgot.
Basically, it was, this guy was having a bad day. He'd been divorced from his wife, and then it just sort of went from bad to worse, and then he ended up, doing one of those things, and then I think he killed a few people, and then he was suicide by a cop. But yeah, and the film was basically saying that he was just an ordinary man who had a bad day. His wife had divorced him, and it just got worse and worse. And
I mean, yeah, that happens a lot. Right? We had this guy on our. It was back in the day. It was called Queen's Day, and he no, it was King's Day. I don't know. Anyway, a couple of years ago, there was this guy who rammed his truck into a crowd of people. And he wanted to attack the king and queen who were in a bus.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't quite reach them, but drove over a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And he also got fired not so
going
long before
postal.
that incident.
The Americans call it going postal, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's great shit. It's like it doesn't even have to be necessarily related to a particular ideology. But he said he did it for republicanism.
Yeah, I think these people sort of say they did it for some noble political cause when really it was because they were having a bad day. But that's the thing. It's like whenever a brown person who's Muslim does it, people will just assume it's terrorism, and whenever a white person does it, people assume it's mental illness. And I guess the Muslims say, oh well, why can't it be mental illness when one of us does it? And but I mean, if you ask the victims, would you not rather be killed by a lunatic, or would you like to be killed by a terrorist? They'd be going, I don't know.
Yeah, but you do have to explain why there's so many lunatics in one place and not so much in others.
Well, it can be explained by bad government, and then you can say, oh, but why did the Muslims do it first? And I say, well, I guess Muslims are more volatile, and then they commit acts of terrorism when they're feeling suicidal anyway, and obviously the people who recruit suicide bombers will be recruiting people who are volatile and liable to commit suicide, and they say, well, if you're feeling like that, you can be doing us all a favour if you want to pursue this political cause and do it in the name of this political cause. And when there was a spate of it going on, ISIS was saying, yeah, he's one of us, and oh yeah, he's one of us too. But we don't know for sure. I mean, they could be just claiming after the event.
But don't you think Islam has elements in it which makes it very potent?
Yeah, because it combines religion and politics, and the power of it is because the Westerners have separated their religion from their politics by separating, the church from their state. I mean, the Americans did it in the 1820s, and we know why they did it, because they just didn't want any more Christian on Christian religious persecution following, them to the new world from the old world, and they just didn't want it anymore, so that they had to do that.
Oh, that's why you shouldn't have any government that is specifically endorsing a particular religion. That's why you need a secular state.
It's a nature of Christianity itself, because it's totalitarian. If you look at the blasphemy laws, you have to consider why people got burned at the stake. It's for saying the wrong thing.
But you're ignorant about also like what happened in Islamic societies.
What happened?
Oh, there are plenty of people persecuted for their beliefs.
Okay, give me a famous example and the worst kind of punishments they would mete out on each other. Did they burn each other at the stake for denying the Trinity? Or translating the Islam? I mean, I don't know.
There was this famous example. I think it's called the Maula. I'm not 100% sure anymore what it was called, but anyway, it was about if the Quran was created or uncreated, and there was this doctrine because the Caliph at the time in Baghdad was on the Abbasids. He was influenced by the Mu'tazila, which was
Mu'tazilites who basically were practically atheist.
No, they were not atheists. Not at all. No. That's a bit of a no. They were very pious believers actually, but they were very rationalistic, and they had a much more, would you say, like a much more wider interpretation that the caliph could actually also interpret the Quran in certain ways, and he, I would say, the caliph wouldn't. How would you say, he wouldn't ask the scholars so much, so this jeopardized the position of the scholars. So this turned into like a whole heresy hunt where everybody had to officially say that the Mu'tazila doctrine was okay, and everybody who didn't agree with that was persecuted ferociously. But this is just one example. I mean, there's plenty of Sunni Shia thing, plenty of different madhabs that fuck with each other, and all just people being killed for apathy or
Apathy or
free
apostasy?
thinking or whatever. Yeah.
Killed for apathy.
No, apostasy. Sorry, yeah, and I'm just like lack of sleep. But
Yeah,
so
these things kind of happen. Even in China, it was sort of Confucius, and then the legalists, and then there's the other. It's like political philosophies, come in and go out of favor, and I guess over the ages, this was what kind of happened. And yeah, no, I know that there was a time when the emperor actually made a point of never torturing scholars and court advisors until they started doing that, and I think that was probably when China started to decline. Because if you start torturing anybody who tells you the truth, then you won't get the truth, and then you'll do one wrong thing after the other until the whole dynastic system died, and I think that was what basically started the rot.
Well, this is why. Yeah, but this is why you need a secular state, because the secular state, and I think people forget this as well. It's about neutrality. It's not about people not being bounded by any church or whatever. No, it's about neutrality. So even in the Confucius situation, like if you had a situation where the government would have been neutral, whether legalism or Confucianism would be sort of practice, I don't think we would have seen that much bloodshed.
Well, we don't know because I mean Confucius. Does sound kind of too good to be true. And he when he was around, China wasn't, the empire it was. He only worked for the Duke of Zhou, I think, and that was before China was unified by the first emperor Qin. So, and of course, once it became an empire, when all the warring kingdoms were united, the way China was governed had to be different. So that was why the Emperor Qin burnt these books, because he was saying we all have to speak the same language. You can't be reading it in your language, and so it's got to be the same. So he burnt the books. And even then he could make them pronounce the same words in exactly the same way. But then, they started standardizing, measurements and weights and obviously the laws. And after that, China became a different entity because it sort of recognized itself to be no longer, one of the warring kingdoms, but now part of an empire. And yeah, I don't know the detail of it, but there was a time when it thought of itself as some of being a different entity. But because Qin was such a tyrant, everybody hated him, and because he used a system called legalism, everybody hated him. But the joke now in China is that they joke that legalists pretend to be Confucianists, and yeah. So
Yeah,
because
I've heard there's
Confucius
some like blending of the kinds, right? I mean, it's
But they should all be secular Koranists anyway, because it's like why not just have a system that is supposed to be eternal and universal, but in the end what they'll do is interpret it in their own way, because that's what every country will end up doing. They'll think, ooh, I'll cherry pick, I'll just ignore this and concentrate on that, or whatever it is that they're gonna do, but at least even then it would be better for the world because of the Islamic rules of warfare, which is that all wars have to be defensive, and if you're going to go embark on an imperialistic war, you'll make sure you win it. You don't just sort of do it on spec the way the British did and ended up destroying themselves.
Whoa! You're saying it is against aggressive wars, but if you're going to engage in it anyway, then
you won't have God's blessing. The jizya thing. We've discussed it before anyway.
Yeah, it was like, I know I really disagree with you there. And also, I mean, I'm just going to say, like, plenty of other people have historically looked at the same text and draw very different conclusions from you. So if you're allowing every country to have its own interpretation, you might allow one of these aggressive interpretations as well.
No,
maybe you create a world of hurt.
What happens is, I can only say this is how I would interpret it, and then, I pop off. Somebody in the future will say, well, it's different to what Claire said, and it's like this now, and it's like, well, okay, but, I'm not going to be around to stop you. But if you choose wrongly and you lose the war, then it's going to go very badly indeed. But what I'm also trying to say is that these rules are there. They kind of make sense that, to avoid war, all wars should be defensive. If you really, 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 really want to acquire empire and you think you're going to do it, then obviously you'll have to kind of calculate that you're going to win the war before you start, harness all your resources to attack another country. And you also have to understand that the aggressor is actually the one with who doesn't have the psychological advantage, because the defender will always have the psychological advantage of, thinking, well, if I lose, I'm going to lose my home, my women are going to be raped, blah, 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 blah. Well, the attacker will probably think, oh, this is, a little tiring, besieging Troy for 10 years. I would like to go home now. And this was, in fact, what happened to Alexander the Great when his troops said, well, we'd like to go home now, please. And they did, and he had to let them go because they refused to fight anymore. So in the end, you have to, in order to win the war, you have to make sure that you have at least 75% likelihood, or what you think you have a 75% chance of winning the war, or you're not going to bother, right?
Yeah, but nobody is going to fight a war expecting to lose. I mean, it's just a bit like, I don't know.
Okay, no, I know, but they hope to win, but it's a gamble. And I'm saying, in the way that I was taught in law about how to advise clients and whatever, you're saying you really shouldn't advise a client to sue anyone unless you think they're going to win. Unless you think they have at least 75% chance of winning. And this applies also to the Crown Prosecution Service. The Crown Prosecution Service is not going to prosecute you if they think they might lose. So if you think so they want to win because they'll look stupid if they lose. So and it would be a waste of resources. So they have to think carefully. Everybody picks their fights carefully. I don't think Britain did when it declared war on Germany twice. And that whole thing set forth a chain of events that ended up the centre of power in the world shifting from Europe to America. So that's on Britain's conscience. Really?
But I think everybody is against what they perceive as dumb wars. It's just an interpretation of what a dumb war is and how much a likelihood you think you have to win. And I think people just miss this, always tend to overestimate their own abilities and underestimate the enemy.
Well, the thing is, if you have a corrupt and divided leadership, then you're not going to get the best advice. And so, you must think in centuries. And you have to make sure that all who enter politics are thinking and always promoting the national interest, but actually they don't. Not in the UK. They're always thinking of narrow political interests. Whatever they do is just political posturing to wrong foot the other party, and really it should all be one party. They should all be, saying the same thing and saying that we're governing the country properly, and people being governed should feel that, or have no serious ground to think that they're being misgoverned and lied to constantly, as we now feel.
Yeah, but Claire, doesn't it become a problem if you say like, oh, we'll just have this religion, freedom of religion, and then freedom of speech, right? And then at the same time you say, all right, so we'll have a single party theocracy, right?
Yes.
And everybody thinks the same way.
They won't think the same way. You can't. You could never stop people. You can't make them think.
No,
the same way.
but you say like everybody will say the same thing in the leadership.
No. What I'm trying to say is that those who join the one party that is allowed in the country will understand in their uncertain terms that everything they propose has to be arguably in favour of the national interest.
Yeah, but who's going to interpret the national interest?
The people who don't like the idea will argue, but at least, and of course their rights should be protected. Or, otherwise, it's like anybody who criticises a leader gets kicked out of the party. Of course, and it will concentrate people's minds because, currently people think, oh, well, it doesn't matter if I get kicked out of the party because I can join another one. And then they realise that they're kind of damaged goods and nobody wants them anyway, or they'll never trust them even if they let them join. And so, if there's only going to be one party in the land, then obviously the rights of the members will have to be protected, and they can't just be kicked out whenever, they say something that somebody finds offensive. So that's the important thing to bear
This
in
is
mind.
all about your BMP days, isn't it?
Well, yeah. No, but
Oh,
also,
wow.
if you look at the constitution of the Chinese Communist Party, in theory, the average party member has a lot more rights than a member of the Conservative Party, which it actually says in their constitution that they can be expelled at the absolute discretion of the secretary of the board of the Conservative Party. Absolute discretion, any reason at all.
Well, I read about like other things in China. Like people are a member of the party, and then they were invited to criticize the government and put some suggestions on how it should
The
be
100
different.
flowers thing.
And then they were apprehended.
Yeah. So it was Mao saying, "Oh, tell me what I've done wrong," and they did, and then he had them jailed and exiled or even executed. Yeah, I know, but obviously, the Chinese have learned. I mean, he was I think 30 days. He was chairman for I think as long as 30 years or something. And then now they have then it was once every 5 years they would change the leader, and now Xi Jinping has raised it to 10 years. So they are changing. They are what the Chinese are doing is that they're always experimenting, and they're making a point of keeping up with the times, and they're not going to
Yeah,
retreat
but I
into
think it's rather.
isolationism.
Yeah, it sounds more that he's keeping up with his own interests. To be honest.
Well, I think 10 years is fair enough.
Yeah, but how will you know that he's going to step down?
We don't know, but I mean, I'm assuming that okay, if I'm leader and I've asked to say, okay, 5 years, but I want 10 years, I got 10 years, then obviously I want to do the best I possibly can, for my legacy. I want to, be remembered in the history books of being a good leader. So
But you don't see why Western societies have chosen to have term limits.
I think once you get a good leader, you just hang on to him for dear life. Well, why do you want to change him for the sake of changing him? It's stupid. You can't even explain why you want to
change
do
him for the
it.
sake of changing people, but people change as well. And what was once an interesting revolutionary would become a depraved dictator. Look at Robert
Okay,
Mugabe.
okay. This is how I've actually thought of that, and you can make it could be like a directors an AGM where they appoint directors. So every year, you either agree to reappoint your director or you appoint somebody else. So you can do that. You can do it discreetly without any fanfare, and yeah, it could be done. So every year, the people in the Politburo Standing Committee, the 9-member one, elects whoever they think is going to be the best one. They do it every year. How about that?
So democracy internally in the party.
Well, I don't know about that would be the papal conclave rules, because basically, I would want this rule that in the Politburo Standing Committee, you vote for the person that you think is the next best person to yourself. You can't vote for yourself, so you have to vote for somebody else.
Yeah.
And
that
then
makes
obviously
sense.
whoever gets the most votes, is leader. So
Yeah, but you said there is no mechanism to depose the person that's in power.
no, the next year, if you do a really bad job and then you have the same vote again, you won't get elected, will you? Somebody else will.
Yeah, but isn't that just democracy then?
It's not democracy. I don't think
Oh, at least
papal conclave rules are technically.
Well, internal democracy, yeah, they are.
No, because a democracy would be, somebody voting for whoever they think is going to be the best leader. Okay, I mean, if you want to call papal conclave democracy, I guess you can.
Yeah, it is sort of a democracy, isn't it?
Okay,
Especially
but
if you can remove the
it
leader.
might be a little misleading for a lot of people because a lot of people wouldn't associate the papal conclave rules with democracy.
Well, it's a sort of representative system. I mean, you can vote for the person like internally in that very small clique of people. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So
If you want
it's
to put it that
interesting
way,
you're like,
I'm not gonna argue about
yeah.
it.
No, but it's interesting, like how on one hand you're just like, oh, we hate democracy, we want this like one party rule, but on the other hand, you just don't have enough trust in one single individual or a group of people to run something without being checked by some kind of system of checks and balances in a democratic way.
Well, I'm just saying that the papal conclave system would be like like an AGM every year. So you get annual voting of the leader, but you're still not happy.
Well, no, I'm not happy because that group of 9 won't be able to be checked by anybody else.
Well, they would be checked by the people below them.
How can people below you
Okay.
check you if you don't have any voting rights?
No. Okay, it goes from Politburo Standing Committee and the Politburo, and I think that the 27 people there. So I assume that how you get to the Politburo Standing Committee is to be in the Politburo, and presumably the people in the rank below will be electing the ones who get into the top rank, where the actual leader is being.
So it's
chosen.
almost democracy all the way down.
Well, if you want to call China a democracy.
No, well,
it
is interesting.
To you the
So I mean,
party structure.
well, I mean, it's some kind of representative system that involves the vote. I mean, like it is in some way democratic. It's very limited in another extent, but it's in other ways it's a democracy.
Yeah, it's sort of assuming that these people know what they're doing, and obviously, a democracy would only work if most voters were wise people, but we know they're not. So that's why it's a crazy system. But within the strictures of a one-party state, the assumption is that you would get quite bright people who know what they're doing, and so we can trust them to choose, who they think is the best of them all to, govern the country, or to lead the country, rather.
Yeah, well, what I think is interesting is that if you have one party, um, people are also going to have factions, right? So, I mean, you'll have somebody like a faction that's a bit more, I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
they'd be shifting factions and they would kind of dissolve once a problem is solved. You don't want them to be, oh, this is a liberal faction, this is a conservative faction. We don't want that because that kind of tribalizes everyone. But of course, individual members are free to collaborate with other members if, they feel the same way about a certain issue.
But how will they not dissolve into permanent factions? Like, how?
But by not allowing them to, because, all these.
But how? No, but what's the mechanism to prevent that?
That you just don't let them form, distinct parties like, Tories and
Okay,
Liberals and
but
that
no,
kind of
no, no,
thing.
no, no. Yeah, but how, at what point are you going to say this is a faction and this is a party? Or
No, because a faction is shifting. It's not official. It's just like you and I might be supporting one thing against the other lot. But
yeah, no, I know,
on
but
another occasion, I might be supporting a member of the other lot against you over a different issue that we will be disagreeing on. So it's always shifting. I mean, there's no particular requirement for me to be always supporting you, if you're against something I feel to be more important.
yeah, but that's, I mean, some societal problems are so deep and so how would you say, long term, that I would suspect that some of these lines will be almost to the degree that they're parties. I mean, you can still deny that they're parties, but I mean, de facto they're parties.
Well, it doesn't have to be kind of set in stone, basically. I mean, you will find that even within our community, there have been times when you and I were diametrically opposed, and at other times we can cooperate to, against somebody else that we disagree with. So, I think that
That's
works.
true, but there, I mean, but there's like some rather important how would you say, splits, right? Like I'm an outsider.
Well,
I
so am
still
I guess.
I still
You,
regard
you, you,
myself
you're
as an
practically
outsider
part of the
here.
furniture now, aren't you?
Yeah, I have become a bit bit too involved.
You've become a
Um,
fixture and a fitting of our little community. But I think it's quite a
yeah, but I will
diverse
never belong to
community.
the anti-Semite faction. Sorry?
I said we are a diverse community, aren't we? In a way.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah, but I think also that that's the case here. But in most sort of like internet communities, you'll see more of like a division between two sort of groups. Like in the old right, you have more like the optics cucks and the screw you guys fuck optics group, or you have like I don't know, like the trads and the non-trad white nationalists, and they really like fisher up. They become at some point almost like the moderates and the radicals. So it becomes somewhat permanent. Um, which, yeah, I mean, you can think maybe you can sustain like people having their own little battles and then manipulating others, and then at some point like everything turns again, and then people have different coalitions. But um, I don't think that's always permanent. I've always temporary. I think some of these sort of lines of defense will become much more permanent, and I think that becomes a problem in a one-party state, because then you're confronted with a choice. You're either gonna really clamp down on one party, or you're going to let this like fissure grow and exacerbate and destroy the system.
Well, hopefully you'll get good leadership where the worst kind of bad stuff is prevented.
Yeah, but then I don't see how you can maintain some of the things you have said, like free speech, freedom of religion, stuff like that.
Oh, you're just going to say everything's going to turn to shit. But all I can say is if it's worth defending, then people should defend it, and if they
But,
can't, then I guess they don't deserve it.
yeah, but you need systems that actually sort of ensure that this remains possible. Like if you say like, oh, I'm just gonna have a one-party state, and there's going to be no external control
Yeah,
over this
I'm
state.
saying though that the political party, the only party, would be subject to judicial review. So people don't just get kicked out of the party and then have no recourse. So if somebody very high up gets kicked out of the party, then people might care. And of course he should say, well, I was. My political career was ended for unjust reasons, for irrational reasons, whatever, and so this person would have recourse to
Yeah, but what if everybody says, or like more than half says, well, yeah, that's because you start a party.
no, because you already know that you can't defeat the one party state. I mean, nobody in China is going to just start another party and beat the only party in the land, even though now they say, oh, well, but we've got different parties and stuff. But, obviously the established party is a state party, and it'll be using, all its power that it's going to have to defeat the little parties. So
I just think it's so ironic. So like you're from Malaysia, you're ethnically Chinese, and there are two things you really like about the country of birth and your country of your ethnicity, let's say. But yet you don't want to live there. But you really want to introduce it into the West. It's like the one
no,
party
because
state.
I live here now. I look at the problems. I think it can be solved. So I just say what I think the solution is. I mean, you don't have to agree with me. I mean, but I just get the impression that people who complain don't really want solutions. They can't even bear to discuss them without being triggered. And then they say, oh, but you can't say because you don't, you're not born here, you're not white, you're not. It's like, well, actually, you can't stop anybody from talking about your government and giving you suggestions. You can ignore me. Of course, you can ignore me. And okay, you can ignore me, but you have a good moral, rational reason for ignoring me, or rather than just saying, well, I don't like the sound of what you're saying. And I'd say, well, what about your solution? And they have no solution except to wait for everything to crash and burn and then take the opportunity to kick and kill people out. This is the ethno-nationalist strategy of accelerationism, which is to not discuss any solutions, except wait for everything to crash and burn, which is, pretty negative, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, of course. But I was talking more about the fact that you like I'm not an Afro-nationalist. For me, like you made a choice to come to Britain, and I think people that made that choice, and if they were welcome, I don't have a particular problem with that. If it was like the laws of the land and people consented to that form of immigration. What I find very peculiar is that you don't want to live in the places you idealized. You don't want to live in the political system or in
I don't idealize Malaysia. I don't idealize.
Or China. Well, China,
no,
yeah.
I don't idealize any of those places. I'm just telling you how other people, deal with their problems. I don't.
No, because I mean, you
can't
want
move to China. I don't. I can't just move to China if you're telling me to go back to China.
Well,
which I don't come from anyway.
Well, it's not a bad idea. I would say that that your solutions for the problem of the West are from your sort of native countries, right?
No,
but yet you chose to live
in.
But you never chose to live in that country? Why don't you go to Malaysia? I mean, if
No,
you
no,
think
because look, this is my position. You already acknowledged that I came here to live. I'm living in the West. I see some problems with the way the West governs itself. I offer solutions and suggestions, and you're saying, "Oh, but you shouldn't. You should go home." But I'm
well, no, you can write about the decay of the West in Malaysia as well.
No, but I've already lived here, and it would be just stupid to just run away. And I'm saying I have the solutions, and I'm just sort of waiting for, rational arguments against it, other than, oh, but you have no right to say it because you weren't born here and
No,
you're not
no, I'm
one of
not
us.
saying you don't
You
have
are
like.
kind
I
of
mean,
saying that. And this is a common response I get from, people like Jay, and a lot of people who think I don't have a right to say what I say. So
No, well, I
okay,
think
you don't like what I say, but do you have a better idea? And the answer is always invariably no. We haven't got a better idea, but we don't want you to say what you say,
I think a
and you should
lot of
shut up
people
and
have.
go home.
I think a lot of people have better ideas than you.
Okay, what?
Um,
Who? What?
no, well, basically almost everybody. I could
Okay, like what?
even David Cameron has better ideas than you.
Well, like what?
Like having a liberal democracy, like having a society that not like 1/3 of the population has to die because of disease, or that
Well,
you're not like.
I'm not saying that. You're thinking about, as soon as secular Koranism is adopted, we will all die of the bubonic plague.
Yeah, because you don't want to take any actions because you think it's like, oh, it's just like 1/3
Okay,
and the
well,
rest will
obviously,
have more
I'll do my
jobs and
best
shit
to
like that.
protect people, but all I'm saying is that this shutting down of a whole city is a bit excessive.
Uh, well, you said more than that, but okay, if you want me to take that as what you actually intended to say instead of what you said, then I'm fine
Oh,
with that.
I'm just saying what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. We're all gonna die anyway. It
But then
just
it
really
will kill us.
just a
I
flu
mean,
bug,
what?
and the Chinese are getting a bit snowflakey these days. Yeah.
I mean the Chinese. Um, have they been really doing that well? Like, I mean, they had very impressive economic growth, but so did the West as a liberal democracy, especially late 19th century, early 20th century growth. Also after the 50s, really impressive achievements, like unrivaled achievements in science and everything. Um, and you don't think that's related to their sort of political system and their
Are you
culture?
talking about the Industrial Revolution?
Well, the Industrial Revolution, I would say.
Okay, that was a result of science and engineering and
Mhm.
a high birth rate and low infant mortality. There was a bulge. There were all these people prepared to move from the country to the city to work in factories, and there were places where work was produced. Britain's marine empire made it easy for it to export all kinds of things and stop other rivals from you know, muscling in on their trade routes and stuff.
Yeah, but it's not just. I mean, the Industrial Revolution started in Britain, but it didn't really stop there, did it? So also countries that didn't have an empire, or not a big empire, Denmark, Sweden, whatever, Norway, um, profit from it very greatly. Like they had like huge economic growth. Um, very, very, very impressive societies, and you don't think that's has something to do with the amount of stability that was created by liberal democracy, or the amount of freedom that people were given to voice their ideas.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know about Denmark and these other countries, but I think all these things come and then they go, and okay, you were successful, but the the thing that made you successful has come and gone. And basically, you know, it's true what they say about demographics being destiny, because a lot of your future wealth comes from the quality of the children that you produce. And if they're no good, then your wealth is going to go right down, because they won't be fit to even become employees. Nobody will hire them. And, you know, being materialistic, people never think about the quality of the next generation. And I'm just inviting them to consider the advantages that good parenting could give to your nation. Because you can be great and wonderful, but if you have no children, it dies out by the time by the time this generation is.
Yeah, but you're not just advising us on good parenting. You're also talking about political systems and legal and religious systems.
Well, I'm saying you have to produce a legal and social and cultural environment where good parenting is rewarded.
Yeah, but I mean, there are plenty of countries that created a huge sort of population boom. Look at Mali or Ghana. I mean, are those countries we should listen to, or we should?
I don't know anything about Mali or Ghana. I mean, I don't know why you're comparing European countries with these countries.
But I'm just saying, like, a birth rate is not sufficient.
No, of course it's not. It's in connection with a lot of things. It's like you can only continue your nation by producing the next generation. And if the low quality losers and degenerates and mentally deficient degenerates, and your economy will tank.
How will the economy tank if you impose a system that is alien to European tradition? I will talk about the one-party state, which is didn't really work that well in Europe and was never also...
Okay, you're saying it didn't work in Nazi Germany and fascist Italy because they lost the war. But it might have worked if the European nations didn't start fighting each other again.
No. I will say categorically it didn't work, because you can also talk about like just like the production of art, culture, and science in Germany. Especially like the broad cultural stuff.
Okay, well, good for Germany. I mean, that it can do that, but it's got to keep it
up.
No.
It died. I mean, Weimar was still... I mean, all these like conservative intellectuals like Oswald Spengler and Ernst Jünger or whatever weren't produced by the Nazi regime. They predated the Nazi regime. They even predated Weimar in many cases, but they predated that system. So after I would say like to the 50s, I mean, there's no prominent, interesting intellectual in Germany almost anymore. It's just wiped out almost, like just by the sheer culture of conformity and the destruction of the intellectual class.
Are you saying there are no intellectuals in Germany anymore?
No. I mean, it's coming back, but I mean, there wasn't any great literature in the 50s and the 60s in Germany, as far as I know.
Okay, I wasn't, I wasn't paying any attention to what the Germans were doing. I just assumed that they had their own class of intellectuals, and maybe it was because they lost the war that nobody listened to German intellectuals. Because
name me like a great like post.
I'm not really one for reading poetry, I'm afraid. I would be reading it in German.
No, not a poet. Like also an intellectual. Like name me somebody like can you give me like the equivalent of an Oswald Spengler post-war in the first 2-3 decades?
Like, just because I can't think of anything doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
And it's intellectual culture.
I mean, it just, wouldn't be fair for me to say just because I can't think of anyone German, I can't think of anybody French. I mean, Sartre, well, boy, he's just talking shit. I mean, you're
but
say
they were.
Sartre
I mean,
and people like that.
They were important intellectuals. Albert Camus,
Well, I mean, what did Camus say? It's just that, there is no
Why
God. We have to
isn't there
find
any
meaning.
German Camus?
What?
Where's the German Camus?
Well, I think plenty of these Western philosophers, the modern ones, had nothing much to say. Existentialism is. I mean, like, even Heidegger, what was he saying? Just like, oh, be true to yourself, live authentically, and then not define it. I mean,
Yeah, but he at least he had interesting ideas, and he's also a child of the pre-Nazi time. I mean, like, I think this is something you don't get, like how these regimes just destroy intellectual culture. And you can also say the same thing for communism. Like all the great Russian writers now, well, they don't date back from the Soviet era. They're from they're from times before that.
I remember reading Darkness at Noon by Arthur Koestler. He was Russian, wasn't
dissident had to flee away. Had to flee away. He had to flee away from a.
Okay, so it was a totalitarian regime.
Yeah. Well, you can also talk about the
suggesting
Gulag
that I'm going
Archipelago.
to
Same story.
have a totalitarian regime when I say I'm going to guarantee freedom of belief. I mean, it's already in the book. It's not people are not going to just forget about it. It's going to be in the book.
Yeah, but you want a certain outcome. So you want a certain legal outcome, right? So either you're going to say, like, all right, I have a one-party state, and I don't 100% care about the exact legal laws they have, or you're going to say they do. But if you really care about what exactly they're going to implement, at some point you have to have some kind of enforcement of that. And I think that will mean eventually the disappearance of freedom of speech. That will mean totalitarianism.
No, I just don't see how. I just don't see how. If people exist in an environment where they're not taken out and shot for saying anything somebody doesn't like, then they will be confident of speaking their opinion. The problem now is that men have to deal with women and their maybe dirty ways of fighting. And it confuses them. Women in public life and the way that they can just use the full force of law, the way they can twist their words, the way they don't fight fair, will, if they're heated, will result in the utter emasculation of men. And this will mean that the people in charge of us will be irrational and dishonest and, well, trigger happy with censorship laws. So we basically want, fair-minded, robust people capable of discussing ideas, capable of understanding the rules of fair play, and that means a restoration of the patriarchy, and we seem to object to that.
Okay, so it's like, but look, we had the conversation about the patriarchy like 100 times over. I think the one-party state conversation is the one we need to have.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's the linked, the linked.
No,
So,
they're not linked.
yes, they are, because I want...
No, I mean, liberal democracy has been patriarchic, has been flourishing in intellectual culture for quite some time.
Okay, so what ended liberal democracy? So when did it begin? The French Revolution, right? And then there was lots of wars, and then you had the sex revolution, and that was, I guess...
No, whoa. Look, liberal democracy, I would say, like, started sort of with the French Revolution, but it really got its place, like, in the 19th century, right? So you had all these monarchies in Europe that slowly became constitutional monarchies. And they had parliaments. Sometimes they had limited representation. But I mean, it was sort of like democratic, and it was sort of liberal in a way, and it gave a lot of chance for people to group, to have their own rights, and to just to pretty much do what they want without the government bothering what they should do, what they should think, and how they should organize.
Well, things have changed now, haven't they, with the welfare state and the matriarchy? It's like it's not the same as what it was. So
but then I don't see why you're not like proposing some kind of like late 1890s Victorian system or whatever. Like
what was that? What was that? What do you want me to propose? What do you think that is?
That is
Laissez-faire.
Well, that's limited franchise.
Well, I am kind of
with a liberal system.
No. So you can't turn back time.
Well, you're turning back time to the 7th century, so if you say you can't turn back time...
I disagree. You can't turn back time even if you wanted to, and I don't want to. I'm just saying...
No, but you can have something similar than you're trying to put something similar in place as was in place in the 7th century.
They didn't have a political party. They didn't have political parties in the 7th century.
Of course, it won't be exactly the same.
No, they did have a political party in the 7th century. So all your analogies are false. I mean,
what do you mean? No, you can say the party of Muhammad was a political party. In a sense.
No, we're talking about a political party operating in the modern world, and there was nothing like that. Muhammad and his band of followers were,
but
not a political party.
But you're basically combining two ideas. One is the one-party state, and the other one is secular Koranism. Well,
I'm just saying it can only work in a one-party system. So, why the hell would I just sort of say, let's have a lawnmower to mow the lawn, but not have a lawnmower with a motor in it? I mean, obviously I will just ask for everything I think I need to do the job.
Yeah,
and
but
you're saying, but have a lawnmower without a blade or something like that. I just...
Yeah, you want some kind of like Chinese Muhammad, basically.
No, I don't want any person of that sort. I'm just saying...
No, I know, but you know what I mean. Like some kind of fusion between a Chinese political system and the 7th century legal system of Muhammad.
I don't think that the Quran is something backward. I mean, you want to make it seem so, but if you have ever read the New Testament, you would see how disgustingly stupid the whole New Testament is. I mean, if you ever read it,
it's not as dumb as the Quran.
No, well, you haven't read it, have you? You have never read it. Read the Sermon on the Mount, and then tell me you don't find it stupid. Just read it. You've never read it. I know you haven't.
Blessed are the peacemakers.
Yeah, what does that mean? It's platitudinous shit.
Well, platitude. I mean, sometimes cliches are good because they're
no rule. If you wanted to, there's no rule in there. It's all empty promises. No, it's there's nothing.
What do you mean
in it.
empty promises?
It's empty of content.
It's trying to improve people's moral behavior.
No, you haven't read it, okay? I know you haven't read it.
It's to improve people's moral behavior.
No, it hasn't.
It has.
Nothing in the Bible, nothing in the New Testament constitute anything that could be said to be a firm rule. All the rules that you might have heard.
You said religion in general. You said religion in general is you need a religion for social cohesion. You need a religion to behave better in the world. Yeah. But then why don't you give that same credit to Christianity then? So you're just meaning Islam.
I'm talking about the rule of law. The rule of law means a list of rules, and I'm saying that there is no rule of law that can be extracted from the New Testament, and I don't think you know what I mean, because you haven't read it yourself. You haven't read it yourself.
But the Christianity is not about having rigid rules. It's about improving people's moral behavior so they don't
Yeah,
need
like burning
so
them at the
many
stake.
strict rules.
Like burning them at the stake. Huh?
Well, no, that actually comes from Leviticus, and as you know, that is a very strict rule. As you say, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live is very strict rule. I mean, that's one of the problems with Christianity is that it has such a
Yeah,
legacy from Judaism and also from its rigid rules. If these rigid rules wouldn't be in operation, maybe the witch burnings would have been non-existent.
and now you've got the book of rules for Gentiles in the Quran, and you're just gonna not do it, and and you haven't even read the New Testament. So
I've read
maybe
Mark
we can talk
and,
about it when
I've
you have.
read Mark and Luke. And,
Well, okay. Just tell me, if the distillation of Christian wisdom is found in the Sermon on the Mount, then there's not much of it, is there?
Well, why don't you read the Sermon on the Mount for me?
Now, I'm actually, I think I need to go to bed. It is now 3:30.
Oh, at the moment we are reading the Sermon on the Mount, then you wanna.
I've done a few streams on Sermon on the Mount anyway, so I just don't fancy doing it at the moment.
Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad.
Yeah, and
Because I think
sure,
like we're just about to get there. I also have to leave very soon though.
Yeah.
But I think that was just interesting just to get like what exactly irritates you about it and why.
Because it's stupid. I mean, if you read it, you there's nothing that constitutes as a sense.
But what is stupid? What sentence is stupid?
If you read what is a Sermon on the Mount, I mean, just find anything that you think
Have you read it then? Like, I mean, it shows that you can't really paraphrase it either.
It's just stupid things like, oh, don't build your house on sand like people. And when your son asks for fish, don't give him a snake. I mean, stupid shit like that.
I think that's very wise. You shouldn't give him a snake if he wants a fish, right?
Yeah, I mean, just anything actually worth listening to.
Well, I think "Blessed are the peacemakers" is better than like "Yay for the jihadi war makers."
No. Okay, everyone is religiously bound to enjoy good and forbid evil. That sounds much better than some empty platitudinous rubbish.
Well, the problem is it doesn't really specify what good and what evil is.
What is good is what the Quran recommends. What is evil is what it forbids. Simple.
Yeah, well, and then it becomes a bit of a problem because I mean, then you're actually left with the rules of the Quran.
That'll do.
Well, yeah, and I think they're wicked.
Which one is wicked?
I think it's wicked to cut off hands of thieves.
Well, there is the option of mercy if you read the verse after the one that prescribes the cutting off of hands. I mean,
the option of mercy, but it's also allowed to be a punishment.
Well, yeah, and it says, but if he expresses remorse, and what person would not express remorse if he is in danger of having his hand cut off? But you can always have the rule of 3 strikes and you're out, and it doesn't have to be any old thief. It can be robbers, muggers, people who use violence when depriving others of their property. So
yeah,
I think that's fair enough.
I think.
And then,
that's
shoplifters and whatever, they just have to pay back twice of what they stole, twice the value of what they stole, maybe, something like that.
Yeah, but that's also not in the Quran. Okay. So, well, there are plenty of other rules that I think are just, I don't know, weird or immoral.
Why didn't you mention them?
Well, there's a whole lot about the inheritance that I don't like.
Well, the idea is that you don't concentrate wealth in a few families, because that will create social inequality. So, but you can maybe allow people to either opt in or opt out of the Muslim inheritance rules.
Yeah, but then but you're saying they're more moral, but I think they're discriminatory and.
Well, I'm just saying, avoiding social inequalities will create a more peaceful society than allowing the usury, because usury will instantly create income disparity and social inequality and strife in society. So you just nip it at the bud.
Yeah, now we have the why beating verse.
I've already interpreted to my own satisfaction.
Yeah, but this is the problem. You say what is good is what the Quran allows, and what is bad is what the Quran forbids.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, you're bringing an interpretation sort of a framework with you, and that's not from the Quran itself. So in some ways there's like this independent arbitrator that decides how these Quranic verses should be interpreted, and which side are you going to be on, and that does mean it's not the Quran, but you yourself as an external force that's deciding what is good and what is evil about these verses.
Well, everybody's going to choose one thing or another. I believe that they have a system of what is halal, what is haram, and what is neutral. So I think that's quite a rational, a neat way of deciding whether something is actually commanded by God, forbidden by God, or something that would be considered neutral.
Yeah, but like where can I start? Like polygamy, I think is wrong. Slavery is wrong.
I think slavery is an institution, and institutions should be regulated, and it should be considered a form of welfare. So if you find yourself having to sell yourself into slavery, then at least you will be accommodated and fed. And
yeah, I think I think it's evil. I think it's evil.
Okay, you're entitled
to
but the thing is, it'll pop up again.
And you can
there
also
is a
sell
modern
people.
slavery
You can
act.
sell people. You can't say it's just. Yeah, but you can't say it's just a forced labor, but it's also selling people to other people.
Well, if people want to sell themselves into slavery or feel they have to, but it could be an alternative form of welfare.
But that's not in the Quran. It's also about like that you can actually make slaves and that you can sell them even if they don't want to be sold.
Well, okay. My proposal anyway is that the property of the slave resides in the government. The government hires out the slave to. Of course, there will be. Everyone has the theoretical they have manumission. They obviously have to work towards it. And then the government hires out these slaves to people who want them, and what happens is that there will be slave visitors to visit the slave to see that it's working properly and government property is not being damaged.
Yeah, but these are all very interesting rules to mitigate sort of the things that the Quran forgets to mention.
Yeah, well, I think that's jolly clever of me to think
yeah,
of
well,
these,
it's not very clever.
Innovative ways of
not very clever of the Prophet Muhammad to forget it.
Well, he can't. There's no reason why. I think it's enough to say that slavery is not forbidden, and obviously the British had no right to go around forbidding slavery because it's popped up again. In fact, there's actually an act of Parliament called the Modern Slavery Act. I think it was in 2004.
Yeah. Well,
it just basically demonstrates that even if you forbid such a thing, it'll come up anyway. It will pop up as a practice because
you always say because it happens, you should be you shouldn't make any how would you say any efforts to actually stop it or minimize minimize it.
Yeah, you protect the parties by actually regulating it. 2015, Modern Slavery Act 2015. So, yeah, you would say, oh, I thought it was abolished as long ago as, what's his name? William Wilberforce. And, it pops up again.
Yeah, not in the United States, does it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it may be the
Only
stuff going
in,
on that we
in
don't
parts
know
of the
about.
world where we have
That's not.
barely any
It's never
control
official,
over.
is it? I mean, I think in London, people sort of go around looking, rounding up the homeless and promising them, food and board, and then basically enslaving them. But unofficially, of course.
Yeah, but with the same kind of arguments, I could say, well, all these laws about slut whipping, they won't amount to anything because there will always be sluts. I mean,
Well,
it's the
yeah.
same kind of arguments. It's the same type of argument,
Well, yeah,
which makes the whole idea of making these laws to minimize something unnecessary. If you're gonna take that attitude, it's gonna bite you in the butt as well. I mean,
I don't understand what what did you mean?
if you say like, oh, slavery, like there's no need to take like any like there's no need to ban it. There's no need to make it illegal because people will do it anyway. Then you can say the same for sluts, right? Why try to make laws? It's going to happen anyway. I mean, it's the same kind of argument. You're being inconsistent.
I think most law students will already know that no law will actually completely eradicate the undesirable behaviour. All that it can do is discourage it, to a lesser or greater extent.
Yeah, well, that's what exactly what I want to do with slavery. So, I mean, then you can't make the argument. Well,
people don't want to become slaves. I mean, they just find themselves under, if they go into debt, so they better not go into debt.
Yeah,
or commit crimes that they cannot
why not?
compensate.
Why not just make it illegal? Why would you allow people to be treated so badly and
but I'm saying they won't be treated that badly. There's actually no need to mistreat your slaves.
Historically, lots of slaves, most slaves were treated awfully.
Well, maybe you've been seeing too many movies, because I think if you bought yourself a slave, you wouldn't be whipping it for no reason. What if it died? I mean, they're not exactly cheap, are they, the slaves? So if you, mistreat them horribly, then they'll die, and you'll just have, it's like, would you kick your new washing machine or your, some piece of electronic equipment? No, you wouldn't. So it's probably exaggerated, all these tales of, slaves being whipped to death.
Well, I can be angry at my keyboard, and I'm happy that's not a human being. And even though it's mine, I haven't always treated it with much love and respect. So
people throw their mobile phones at people, but then they love their mobile phones.
Yeah, they do. Well, this is what happens to slaves as well, and happens a lot. So I don't want a system that incentivizes a situation like that. So, I care about people because I'm
I care about people
human
too,
being.
but I don't wear my heart on my sleeve and pretend I care when in fact all I do is obstruct anything constructive.
No, Claire, you don't have a heart.
I do, but I don't like to wear it on my sleeve. I mean, I don't
show me
care.
any evidence that you have a heart.
I can't tear it out and show it to you.
No, that's the problem. I think you can't share it to anybody. You haven't. I haven't heard it. You're a charming person, but you're not a person that really feels for other people.
Well, if I didn't, you
don't care about all these people dying of the coronavirus. You don't care about people dying anyway. You don't care about slaves being treated badly.
I don't think you do either. I don't think you do.
But that's because
you just like to pretend that you do.
No, but you can't imagine that people actually care about stuff. But I think you don't have.
I do. I mean, I can, I imagine people will sort of say they care. People who are afraid.
And don't project care.
I
mean, the problem is if people like you project, is that they can't how would you say, they can't really imagine how other people work, because people without a lot of emotions, they can't really
Yeah, well,
understand people with
people should
emotions.
think of me as an impartial administrator. If they want some bleeding heart woman, then there are plenty of other people they can
Well,
go
yeah, they
to.
can think about you as like an art of Eichmann. Like, I mean, like it's like a statistic. Everything is statistic. Nothing matters. If
I
you
don't
want
think
to
I'm
have that
particularly
attitude,
sadistic. I don't go out of
Eichmann,
my
no,
way to insult and abuse people or tell lies about them the way I know
Eichmann,
you do.
Eichmann wasn't a sadist.
I think you do make cruel jokes about people.
Who?
You.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and I
Well, look,
don't. I
I
don't.
no, but I can say I can be mean, but that doesn't mean I can't be compassionate. And I think you're not a very cruel person to, like, you're not a sadist, I know, but I think you're not emotionally in tune with people either.
I don't care to show my emotions. I think
No,
there's too much
I don't
emoting
think you
going
have
on. It
I don't
disgusts
think you
me,
have
actually.
many. But I don't think you have many. I mean, why are you getting upset about this? I just don't think
I'm not
you're a
getting
very
upset.
compassionate
I'm just
person.
saying you're asking me to emote on cue just to show I have a heart,
Yeah,
and
but I don't know.
it's
I
just
don't
not.
know if you actually have one. But why don't you? I mean, I don't know. I mean, any system has to have at least some kind of compassion, doesn't it?
I
Right? I mean,
don't. Well, have I proposed anything uncompassionate?
yeah, I think of pretty much everything
No,
that
I'm just
that
pointing
you
out that
proposed.
slavery has not been forbidden either in the Torah or the Quran, and the
Yeah,
British had no business to do it, and I think they
desert,
were only doing it
yeah,
for foreign policy reasons to stick
desert
it to the
cult.
Spaniards.
Yeah, but no, nobody wants to be a slave, Claire.
No, I know that's why people
But
would
then,
be
why
wise
would you
to
want?
avoid getting themselves into debt,
Yeah,
neither a borrower nor a lender be, and this includes governments.
yeah, but this is really strange. So, all right, so because somebody um, shouldn't get themselves in a situation, that's why you should. I don't know. Just because um, people get murdered, and you all say like, "Oh, you just shouldn't set yourself in that situation. You just walk down a wrong alley."
No,
I'm not going to do
it
anything
depends on
against
how
it.
it
I'm not going to
happened.
make any law against it. And it's a really weird way of arguing.
No, no, I don't say that. I wouldn't say. Well, obviously, I would want to know how they got murdered. I mean, did they perhaps provoke it themselves?
No, in this particular case, I didn't mention anything about this context. I just
Well,
want
I'm just saying
you
we
to
don't
engage.
know. I mean, I'm going to be, wondering how it happened.
This is no, but you just don't you understand what equivalence I'm trying to make? You say, oh yeah, just because somebody couldn't get into debt, that makes slavery okay? Because like you can
It's an
prevent it, that makes it right. I mean,
institution.
you don't want to be a slave.
It's like
Why
marriage.
why do you want to prescribe? Why do you want to prescribe a life for other people that you don't want to live yourself?
No, I'm just saying if I were in debt, I guess I'd have to sell myself into slavery. I mean, what's the problem? I mean, it's not
So the
like I'm
problem is
saying
that you don't want to be in that situation.
no, no. Obviously, there are lots of things that we don't want to be.
And people can
Lots of
get
bad
into debt
situations,
also
but
because of
I'm just saying, that there's nothing in the Quran that forbids slavery, and I'm saying it happens anyway. People just go underground, and people will do it
yes,
anyway, and
okay,
the rights
yes,
of the
and
parties will
sluts
not
will
be
also just
protected.
go underground, and it will happen anyway. So why there's any need to have these laws enforced?
No, because if it's out in the open, then the government can help regulate the
Yeah, but you're not
right.
regulating sluttery; you're punishing it.
Well, that's regulating it, isn't it?
No, it's not. Well, it's not. Well, regulating is permitting it.
No, it's permitting it within certain circumstances, and I'm saying, if you're going to do that sort of thing, you can only do it as a prostitute. And you have to you have to give the price up front.
No, well, we're talking a difference, but there's a difference between whores and sluts, as you know.
Yes.
Right. So you're proposing to regulate. You say you're proposing to regulate slavery, but not permit sluttery.
No,
You
I'm saying,
allow slavery, but you ban sluttery.
No, I'm actually saying only unmarried parents will be punished at 100 lashes per bastard.
Yeah, well, that doesn't matter what the specific things are. You will allow for slavery, but you will disallow sluttery.
Well, actually, if you don't get pregnant, you probably will get away with it.
Yeah, but you're always taking this little caveat, but you don't get the principle of the thing.
No, the principle of all I'm interested in is emphasizing the legalistic nature of what I propose. Okay, so I'm saying, the punishment will only kick in if you have children outside wedlock.
Yeah, God, Jesus Christ! I know this as well. You've repeated this 100 times.
But then you seem to be suggesting that I'm going to be punishing anybody who could have done it.
No. I want to get to the principle. The principle is that you say that with slavery it's gonna happen anyway. So why should you ban it? Because otherwise it will go underground. But you won't make that same argument for sluttery for some reason.
No, because it is important that I follow the book, and the book doesn't.
But you don't understand that you have this.
I'm going
really
to go by the book. I am
contradiction.
going to go by the book, and you have to understand
fine,
that I will just say, the book says this, or it doesn't say that, or whatever.
Yes, but have you just made a contradictory argument?
No, I'm going by the book. The Quran doesn't ban slavery, and it allows for prostitution. And I'm just following it, okay? I'm not going to.
I get that. I mean, you don't understand. You made an argument, like a principal argument, for saying, no, I'm not going to ban something because it's going to happen anyway. And you use slavery. You said slavery, I'm not going to allow because the reasons given, because it will happen anyway, right? And if this is your general principle,
no, it's not my general principle because I'm going by the book.
But then you're just making ad hoc arguments all the time. You're just making an argument that you almost don't believe in.
No, I do believe in it.
Well, okay, so how can banning slavery? So if you ban slavery, it will be underground anyway. So don't bother.
No, I'm just saying I'm not going to forbid what the Quran has allowed or allowed what it has.
No, but now you're
I'm going by the book.
I know that you're going by the book, right? I get that. I just want to see that the reasons that you gave for your argumentation was disingenuous or unwillingly contradictory. Do you at least admit to that?
All I can say is I have to support the things I say I support because it's in the book, and obviously if you're going to ask me for reasons, I will give you reasons. If you find them contradictory, then I guess they may appear to be contradictory. But I'm not going to say, oh well, I'm just going to abandon secular Koranism then because they're a bit contradictory because
but you can say maybe I made a mistake in my reasoning and maybe you have to check how I would defend my position.
No, I don't have to defend it because I'm saying I go by the book, and as far as I can see, the reasons I use will apply because the Quran allows slavery. So I'm saying that it's going to happen anyway, and obviously the rights of the parties...
No. Now you're going back to that argument. You're saying, it's going to happen anyway, so you can say the same things. Sluts are going to happen anyway too. So you can't use that argument anymore.
No, but the Quran actually says you have to punish these fornicators.
Okay, I understand that. So I understand that.
I have to follow it.
Yeah, I understand that as well. I understand that, but don't use these reasons. Don't use that a kind of argumentation, then just say only I just go by the book.
Yeah, I have to say both, don't I? You know, that
No,
there
you
are good
can't. You
reasons
can't.
for. Okay, these are the arguments for. We won't have any sort of a discussion if I say I just go by the book. I don't think anything. I don't think of anything at
Yeah.
all. So
No, but
you know,
this is
then you
yeah,
don't need me.
but
You can just argue with the Quran.
yeah, but I think that's actually what I'm doing. I think all the argumentation that you give for it is contradictory, and I think actually now, because if you want to be consistent, you say I go by the book. And you know why I go by the book? Because I go by the book. Also, you said there's no independent moral criteria in which to evaluate the Quran, because what is good is what's in the Quran says is good, and what is not good is what the Quran says is wrong. So
Yeah,
I mean, you
the
can't even that means also you can't even judge if the Quran is a good thing, because you're just saying the good is
no,
book
I
the
can
book is
judge it
good
because
because
the
it says
reasons.
so.
I'm just saying that the reason sounds good enough to me. Um, Obviously, the proof of the pudding will be in its eating, and obviously, you have to implement it first and see how society changes, whether for the better or worse. And
Yeah.
obviously, you're going to say, don't bother, it's going to get worse, and there's no need to do anything. And I'm saying we should try anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, your standard of good and evil is just what's in the book and what's not in the
Yeah.
book. So I mean,
How can I be a secular
how am I
Koranist
to take that
and then say
seriously?
I'm not going to follow it? That would be even more contradictory.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm not saying you have ideal positions. You just have one really bad choice and another bad choice. But I mean, you have to make one at least.
What choice? I mean, I can only make the choice to you know, because there'll be people who say, oh, which ones are you going to ignore? Which ones are you going to follow? And I say, well, I have to say I follow all of them. Otherwise, you'll be saying, well, on what basis do you choose to follow these rules but not those rules? So, you know, the correct answer will be I will have to implement them all, because, you know, otherwise people will say, well, we don't trust your selection, Claire. We'll go somewhere, you know, go to somebody else.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the same way like arguing with somebody. It's like, oh yeah, how do you know that Jesus could walk on water? Well, it's because it's in the Bible. Well, and how do you know that
But
everything is
I
in the
don't
Bible is true?
assert the
Well, that's
fact.
also in the Bible.
I
You
don't
know what I
assert.
mean?
No, but I don't ask anybody to believe in any story. I'm just, you know,
No. But I mean, the kind of moral arguments you're making is true. You say it's moral because it's in the Quran,
yeah.
right?
But I also give you the reason why. You know that you know slavery can have certain advantages. Obviously, you don't want everybody to be a slave or for them to be ill treated, and I'm saying you know they should all have the possibility of being manumitted depending on you know the amount of compensation they have to pay in order to buy back their freedom, blah blah blah, and it will be well regulated, and the you know people will be sent to check up
Yeah.
on them to see they're
But,
working properly and they're not being abused. So what's your problem with that?
well, why are you even trying to appeal to this?
Because I'm going to make the point that I will be following it. So whatever it doesn't forbid, I have to allow, and what it forbids, I have to forbid, unless I can, you know, there are exceptions or obvious implicit exceptions to certain things, and then it's a matter of interpretation.
Mark,
Do you want to go over to Week in Review now?
one more point. I'm gonna sleep.
Okay.
I think that you've trapped yourself in a very circular argument. That like even if you're telling me all these slaves will be handled with care and stuff like that, so the criteria on which you are going to judge this is you say the Quran, because that's what is moral, and it's the only thing that's moral,
Oh,
right?
I have to do that because I'm a secular Quranist. I can't be, you know, a secular Quranist who doesn't follow the Quran. That would be ridiculous and nonsensical.
Yeah, but that does mean it just becomes a circular argument. So if you're trying to sort of appeal to any kind of other authority of like moral judgment or whatever. It just becomes vacuous because it's just the Quran says so, because the Quran is good because the Quran says
yeah,
it's
but
good.
I can think of reasons why, something it forbids is a good idea.
Yeah, but you only can derive these reasons from the Quran. You don't understand how you trap yourself.
How I what myself?
How you trapped yourself.
No, I don't see how I have to follow the Quran, because I'm basing my moral authority on the Quran. I mean, it would be just stupid if I wrote, a whole list of rules, and then I say, oh, these are the rules that I think should be implemented, and people look at me and say, well, who are you, Claire? Never heard of you. Go away. You're just a silly old woman. And I'd have to go away.
No, there are other ways of reasoning it. I could, for example, make an argument for, if I would defend the Quran, for example, I would pick another avenue. I would say the Quran is good because the message of God plays into the sentiments of humanity. And I would say it's in conformity with nature, it's conformity with how people think and what is moral. So you can actually independently judge that the Quran is moral. Because if God says he is good, he can't say I'm good because I'm just consistent with my own message. That makes no sense at all.
Look, what I'm trying to say is it's like slavery. It's an institution to a reason, because people will just do it anyway because it seems an obvious bargain to make when they're in a certain position. It's like, if you need the money, if you're really desperate and you're female, you might find yourself becoming a prostitute, and hopefully there'll be somebody prepared to buy your services. This is, the hope that, even though you don't want to be in that position, there will be somebody to, buy what you sell. Which is not to say that one wants to be in that position, but were one to, find oneself a slave or a prostitute, one would want, somebody to buy us if we were selling ourselves into slavery. And obviously, if we did sell us, we want to be well treated. We want the possibility of manumission. We don't want to be completely, abused with nobody caring about us just because, and all kinds of things. So I don't see what the problem is. I've thought it through. It will be.
Yeah, but the reasons you give for it, maybe your argumentation is just not very consistent. It's
I've just offered
very contradictory. I mean, I understand your position.
All I can say is that because it is allowed, I'm going to allow it, and these are the possible benefits for allowing it, and the reasons why we shouldn't ban it, and that's all.
And the reasons why we should ban it is because it's not in the Quran. That's the only thing. Because, I mean, you're not ascribing us, me or you, any agency on which to judge if the Quran is actually a moral agent or not.
Oh, I'm saying.
So you can't even argue that point.
I have to assume that it's good, don't I? Because I've chosen it. I'm a secular Koranist who has chosen to base my legal system on the Quran. So obviously I think it's better than any other one, or if not, I would be promoting some other book, some other holy book. But actually there are only two. There are only two.
No, but you
one
can
is for
say
Jews and one is for Gentiles.
No. You can argue another point. You can just say, I have a judgment, and I can see from an external point of view, from my own human sentiments, that the Quran is a good document.
Yeah, I'm also saying that.
And you can't. No, but you're arguing, I only have these moral sentiments because of the Quran, because that's what God described, and it becomes circular.
No, I obviously I think it has some merit, or I wouldn't have chosen it. And when you ask me why these laws are the laws I support, I've offered you reasons, and then you say, oh, but they contradict each other because
they do.
Yeah, but in a way it doesn't matter. I'm just saying I'm still going to go by the Quran. If you think
okay, well if you all right. So if you don't care that you contradict yourself, all right.
I'm not contradicting myself as a secular Koranist. I have to. I'm logically and necessarily bound to follow it.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. But as a if you say as a philosopher, you would be contradicting yourself. If that would be your aspiration.
Well, I only offered reasons. I mean, reasons for the wisdom of those laws, and it's to protect the parties. So, what is wrong with protecting the parties to a contract of slavery? and obviously, you shouldn't allow unmarried parents all over the place because that'll turn you into a matriarchy, making you degenerate, and making
What's wrong with
civilization decline and fall. So that's a good reason.
But then I'm like, well, okay, what's wrong with the matriarchy then? If your only basis is it's inconsistent with the Quran, then all right, I don't care so much because I don't really put much value on such a judgment because it's a judgment of a book written by an illiterate businessman in the 17th century. Not even written by him, but like there were like fragments of it collected. I mean, I'm not gonna take that seriously. Like an epileptic plagiarist.
Well,
that was.
I mean, people do say it. It's a work of literature written in classical Arabic, full of rhetorical flourishes, and talks about sciences. So they're saying no illiterate merchant could possibly have written such a thing. Okay,
yeah, well, that's
it
a
could
very
be
good point. That's a
written.
very good point. That's a very good point. I mean, the stories about how that Quran came into being are suspect, to put it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was actually man-made or was written by committee or whatever. It's like it's still the best available.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't say that because you're judging the book by the message of the book.
Yeah, is there any other better book? If you're saying that it's a better book, then
Yeah, but how would you evaluate it if you're just saying no? I'm going by the book. The book is moral because the book says so.
I'm saying that there's you obviously have to look at the condition of the adherents of a particular religion to kind of judge. It's like, just say you wanted to buy a religion. If you wanted to follow a religion, you'd have to look at the 5 major ones, right? This is what you'd have to do. If you wanted a religion, I know you don't want one, but if you were looking for one, I mean, do you accept that there is a purpose to religion because it frames the laws that we have in our society?
There's a purpose to religion. Well, religion is started as a racket, but over time it creates some social functions. Yeah.
Yeah, and all 5 of them do one thing, or they're supposed to, which is to protect, promote, establish, restore the patriarchy, and this they can only do by saying no sex outside marriage. Okay, so that's what all of them do. All advanced civilizations practice some kind of marriage. So we know what is necessary to produce the next generation to see that it isn't degenerate. So that's why all of the 5 religions, such aim. And then of course you have to think,
but you can only but again. Yeah, but again, you're just judging them by the book.
Yeah,
I'll
explain
better than the other because of any independent criteria on which you judge these things. And if you say so, then also you have an independent judgment in which you can actually put the Quran to task.
Okay, so all I can say is, like, we're going to ignore Buddhism because it's stupid, and we're going to ignore Hinduism because India is a fallen civilization, and so we're left with the 3 Abrahamic faiths. We know Jews are the world's most ancient and powerful tribe, and have been following the Abrahamic God, worshipping the Abrahamic God for longest, and therefore that explains their success. Christianity is kaput, and there's only one rational and moral choice. So it's almost an arithmetical solution. Because assuming you agree that we all need a religion.
No, mass delusions are not necessarily a sign of the fact that that these beliefs are true.
Delusions about what? Delusions about what?
Delusion how the world works. I mean, something
How
can
does the
be
world work?
very effective and widespread meme, but it could be very untrue and very harmful.
Sorry, what is untrue? I mean, what have I said that is untrue? I mean, we all have to produce the next generation to keep our nation, empire, society in existence. Therefore, we marry before having children. But the religion that has most failed in this is Christianity, because Westerners are promoting the opposite.
Yeah, but you're just basically saying it's the end of the. So you want to say, yeah, we need to protect our civilization, but in fact, by adopting another religion, you end the civilization, just like Rome was ended by Christianity.
Yeah.
I would say Rome
Well,
was ended and destroyed by Christianity.
well, obviously civilizations die, but there will still be people living in that territory of that empire, because civilizations are, or great civilizations are great empires, and we happen to be living at the tail end of one. So we have to, think of the future and manage the transition from one kind of religion and political system into another, and we have to promote the message, suggest its possibility, anticipate problems, and, instead of saying we can't, we
Yeah,
shouldn't
but
do
yet
anything in
there's
case we get
again.
hurt.
Yeah, but yet again, like if we're talking about real world examples, you can't name a single Islamic country that you actually vouch for.
No,
Um,
because I'm telling you that they these people didn't do it right. That's why they are not doing quite so well.
they're
And
all
now,
wrong.
now this becomes a historical question. At what
Uh,
point did the Ottoman Empire fail? Why did it fail? And these are things that are actually, well, not quite clear to me. I imagine it would be clearer to you, but it doesn't seem to be that clear to you. I know
well,
it's
yeah, but you
something to
can
do
say the
with
same
closing
thing
the
about
gate of
why did communism
interpretation.
fail? Why did communism fail? Was it because people wrongly interpreted communism? Like, are we always going to go back to that source? Like, would you take somebody seriously that still to this day would maintain no, no, no? All these real life examples of communism, that's all bullshit. No, no, no. They weren't implementing real communism. I know what real communism is, and if I would implement it, everything would
Okay,
be
so
hunky
so so
dory.
you're
I mean,
saying
that's not somebody you yourself would take seriously. You're using the same kind of argument.
not at all. I am communism is not the same thing as Islam, is it? Communism, as we all know, was written by a Jew called Karl Marx, and obviously he didn't get everything right. He was only a political theorist, but everybody loved the idea when they were feeling poor, because communism is fatally attractive to people when they are feeling poor. They want to take everybody else's stuff, and
Yeah,
average
see?
things. Yeah, so obviously when most people feel like going communist, your society has already failed. Now, all the long old civilizations are, would be protected by one religion or another. China hasn't been. It's an interesting exception, but the Persian Empire Islamic, Ottoman Empire Islamic, the West Christian, and so we have to, China is the most interesting example. So, what happened to it that made it fail and made it successful again? It was prepared to change its ways. I mean, I think for a while it was too proud to even think of considering any change, and then when it hit rock bottom, it thought, okay, well, we'll just go with these ideas of a German Jew, because he seems to be predicting the future, and if he's right and we do what he recommends, we might even beat the West to arriving at a workers' paradise, which apparently is what we all want, right?
Yeah.
So
No,
that
but
was how they worked it out. It wasn't completely right, but they've got the legacy of it was the one party state, and I think that is probably the most sensible thing for them, which allows them to choose the best possible people, because I think the most important thing of your political system is that it allows you to choose the best possible people to govern you and lead you. and it was certainly better than the dynastic system when just by some accident of birth you become the emperor of China.
Well,
which is
China
stupid.
is a very interesting example, also because it's so exceptional, not just in the religious sense, but also in the one-party state sense. I mean, we can talk about the Ba'ath parties in Syria and Iraq.
I don't really know that much about them.
But you always say this.
No,
I don't know
I
much
really,
about
I
anything.
might as well admit it. I mean, it'd be silly to me to.
Yeah, but
Okay,
this is
why
like
did they
the
fail?
response to your
Why did
argument.
they fail?
Well, maybe it has something to do with, I don't know, the way these parties are set up.
Or interference by Western powers.
Yeah, you think that's the only reason why they failed? You think?
I don't know. I mean, there might be a combination of reasons why it failed. But the point is that China was big enough to actually exclude interfering foreigners.
Well, and did it work that well under Mao? Come on, we have after 1948, when the communists took over completely, we have at least 30 years of complete mayhem and craziness.
People died, mistakes were made. I mean, what you're going to say? What they should just beat themselves up for the rest of their existence, or they just have to pick themselves up and dust themselves off.
No,
and
of course
carry
they
on.
have to pick
What we
themselves
go,
up.
so in hundreds of millions of billions of Chinese died. You don't really care. You don't really care about them. They've gotten over it, but you apparently haven't.
Well, no, I haven't, because I don't think it's a great system for the future. A system that has created so much chaos, so much war, so much famine, so much destruction.
Famine happens to Russia and China and even Europe every now and then. And obviously, if you get your agricultural policy wrong.
When was the last famine in Europe?
Was it after the bubonic plague or something? Or I actually can't remember.
It's a long
1700s or something.
Yeah, well, maybe in the Ukraine. We're talking about it.
I think just before the French Revolution. Yeah, just before the French Revolution.
We're talking about a famine in Ukraine. The last example, maybe that was actually induced by the communists. So it was actually induced by this great writer called Marx.
I've already said, I mean, if you get your agricultural policy wrong, you might cause famine and the crops might fail.
But don't you think it has something to do with the scripture? Don't you think it has something to do with the ideology? You think it's just, Western powers corrupting all these...
Okay, you actually have to point to a particular country, and you're a bit vague about how the Ottoman Empire declined, and so am I. So I think there's no point talking about it anymore since we don't know, and we might read up about the fall of the Ottoman Empire maybe next time we talk.
All right. Let's call it a night.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
We've been talking 5 hours anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
It got heated, so it's good to turn it down. All right. Ciao.
Okay.
Thank you for talking. Bye.
Thanks. Good night.